Hello, guys. Sorry about that. We had a malfunction. We're here with Katona and Gibson with an inside leg kick from Katona to the leg of Gibson. Both men in the orthodox stance. Overhand right. Katona goes looking for it. To me, Gibson looks like a kind of. Gibson looks kind of like a young Darren Till. He looks a little bit. No, so we're off. Sorry about that, guys. It's been crazy. So Katona goes inside looking for a inside left kick. Nice hook, and they're trading in the middle. Katona goes looking for a takedown. Both men in the orthodox stance. Both men in the center of the octagon. Gibson goes looking for a right hand, left hook. Katona's looking for a home for that left hook the whole time, this whole fight. Nice 1-2 by Gibson. Nice 1-2. Again, he goes looking for the 1-2, slips and falls on the mat. He's up. Nice left hook. So he found a home for that left hook, did Katona. I was really impressed with Gibson's 1-2 actually earlier in the fight. Both guys trading in here. Both guys landing. Inside left kick once again by Katona. Katona with a nice rip to the body. Nice little uppercut in the clinch there by Katona. And again with the inside left kick. That inside kick from Katona is really impressive as well. Like he's landed it a lot. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's landing it on the vastus medialis. It's not a big muscle. Both guys trading. Another little short left hook by Katona. Lands a stiff jab, does Katona. Nice switch step through and again goes looking for that left hook. Nice uppercut landed by Gibson. Inside leg kick by Katona. Gibson ducks under a left hook. Gibson goes looking for a right hand of his own and Katona comes up with an upwards elbow. 1 minute and 23 seconds to go in this round. I'll have the clock with me here today and I'll be starting the clock very, very shortly. Goes looking for the left hook. Does Katona. Uppercut, wing and a miss by Gibson. Katona once again looking for a home for that left hook and he's not successful with it. 57 seconds to go in this round. Gibson has now switched to a southpaw stance. Katona goes looking for a right hand, doesn't get it. 38 seconds to go. Right hand by Gibson. Gibson goes looking for a huge left hook and hits nothing but air. Right low kick by Katona. Katona really looking for a home for that left hand. Inside leg kick by Gibson, one of his own, which is an important thing. Like you have to be able to kick with the kickers. You can't give up that space. A couple of rips to the body by Katona. Katona again looking for a big overhand right. Inside leg kick once again by Katona. They trade, they land, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the round. Well done. Beetlejuice, how are we, sir? Beetlejuice asks how it is juggling family and the podcast channel. Man, just the channel in and of itself is not that big of an issue. The problem is everything else, work and, everything else that comes with it. But nah, man, it's good. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to be back doing it because I really enjoy doing the watching, the ride along, so to speak. SG, greetings, Fab, greetings to you, sir. That was an interesting round. I have to say, I think Katona probably was a little bit busier. I like the inside leg kicks that he was landing on Gibson. That was, that they could give fruition later in the fight. The fight that we're on is Katona versus Gibson, the start of the prelims. Let's see if I get this right. And let's see. I'm special, guys. You understand this, right? Like, I'm not 100%. We're off, people. Inside leg kick once again by Katona. And then Katona goes looking for a 1-2. Both guys so far have been happy to exchange on the feet. Gibson kind of like crowds himself a little bit, so when he throws that right hand, it looks kind of awkward. You know, he's got nice length. He's tall, much taller than Katona. Katona goes looking for a takedown. Doesn't get it. I also just want to give the caveat, I'm not judging the fights. I'm just watching the fight. So I'm not going to, be able to give a decision as to who I think won. It's like I can say who I think won, but I'm definitely not judging the fight. They're two different things. Now Gibson's starting to find his range and he's starting to land his shots. Inside leg kick by Gibson. Gibson earlier had followed up with a couple of jabs. Oh, nice stiff little kind of jab uppercut from Katona, and then Gibson lands a 1-1-2. SG says, you mentioned that you have to kick when fighting a kick up, but I can't remember what the reason was. Basically, you capitulate the space, letting them, in a nutshell, amongst other things, but you're letting them kick and you can't get through that space unless you kick or you blitz or something. But generally, when they kick you, you can't give them that middle space. Both guys trading in the middle of the octagon. Katona went looking for a double leg, doesn't get it. That overhand right that Gibson throws is kind of weird. Like, he throws it and it comes back down after he throws it, which is probably why Katona's looking for that left hook as a counter to that right hand, because he drops it after he maximizes its length. Probably why he's looking for that left hook, and there it is again. He does land the left hook, Katona. He's not, but I think a lot of the power's starting to go, and Gibson standing at the end of his punches, landing the ones and the 1-1-2s. Goes looking for a left rip to the body, does Katona. Katona with a right hand, then a left hook over the top. Watch when he throws this right hand. He drops his right hand, does Gibson. Oh, nice calf kick by Gibson. Yeah, when he throws that right hand, he kind of drops it straight afterwards. It kind of loops down like as if you're throwing a tennis ball or something, Probably why, like I said, why Katona was probably looking for that left hook, if it's something that they picked up on when watching him at training or something. Because he's very heavy on that left hook, is Katona. Now Gibson switches to southpaw, and they're fighting southpaw to orthodox. Nice right high kick by Katona. Nice little jab landed by Katona again. Gibson wing and a miss on an uppercut. Took a shot on the gloves there. Now they're exchanging. Gibson's just out of range. There's that like overhand clubbing right. Goes looking for a right uppercut, does Gibson. Oh, goes looking for an elbow, does Gibson. Katona goes looking for one of his own. Nice little calf kick by Gibson. Left hand by Gibson. Jab by Katona. Gibson kind of stumbles, ducks his head from a right hand of Katona. Katona will do some work in the clinch, because looking for a jumping knee, doesn't get it. You would think that the taller man in Gibson in the clinch would have the advantage with the knees in there, but he didn't throw any knees in that situation, in that exchange, with 35 seconds to go. Goes looking for a right high kick, does Katona. Nice right hand by Katona. Nice right hand to the body by Katona. Then he goes looking for a right hand up top. Lands a nice right hand, snaps the head back off Gibson. And that's the bell, people. That was an interesting round. It's a close fight. I don't know really who's winning the fight, to be honest with you. I feel like Katona's kind of the busier guy, but Gibson lands some flush shots. So it's hard. It's hard to really gauge it. I think I can't say who's winning the fight, to be honest with you. I'm just calling the fight. I watched the Meerschaert and Petrosky fight earlier, and that was I thought, I didn't know who was going to win that fight, to be honest with you. I thought Meerschaert did better than I thought. Meerschaert did better than I thought he was going to do, but it also seemed like Petrosky had worked on his gas tank a little bit. Like he's always, because he did gas in this fight, but I thought he was going to gas worse. I honestly thought he was going to gas worse. Meerschaert did a good job of staying in that fight, especially after that second round. I think it shows though there's a big gap between them and whoever's next in that division, you know. All right, we're off, people. So this is the third round. Katona and Gibson meet in the middle. Katona's a minus 270 favorite to win this round. Yeah, I just feel that he's busier. That's what I've been saying the whole fight. Goes looking for that left hook again. Outside of Gibson catching him, I just think that Katona's just busier. He's staying in his face. He's landing that left inside kick. And you don't know how double jab landed by Gibson and goes looking for a left hook. Does Katona? You don't know unless you're the guy in there how much like some of the leg kicks are actually affecting you, because he's landed a lot of inside leg kicks to Gibson now. And Gibson's obviously very susceptible for it. He's obviously done his homework in addressing Gibson, because he does land that left inside kick and Gibson does not check it, and he is looking for that left hook. So obviously he's done his homework. You're trading in the middle. Gibson's throwing nice straight punches. I'd love to see Gibson throw that right hand a little straighter with a less of a like overhand loop on it and less of a drop of the right hand after he throws it. But Gibson can throw it however he likes. Who am I to say? But it's obviously something that Katona has picked up on. Katona goes looking for a right kick to the body. Gentleman trading in the middle. Really looking forward to Gregory Rodriguez fight. I think he's a monster. He's either wins by KO or he's always in an exciting fight. He's a monster. And Dennis that he's fighting is also very good, like striker, very good kickboxer. So it'll be interesting. I wonder if Rodriguez is going to take that fight to the ground. 3 minutes to go inside this third round. They exchange uppercuts. Now Katona's getting the better of the exchanges. Landed a 1-1-2. They exchange jabs. Katona goes looking for an uppercut, but they end up clinching. Oh, that's what I do think Gibson should have thrown more of. Knees up the middle with Katona being significantly shorter than him. Doubles up on the jab, does Katona. Inside leg kick again by Katona, but this time to the southpaw Gibson. Gibson switches back to orthodox. Nice jabs exchanged here. Oh, yeah, I would have just liked to have seen him throw those knees up the middle more. Nice little uppercut in the collar and tie by Gibson. 1-2 landed by Gibson. He found a home for that right hand. Now he's gone, switched to southpaw. Katona's landed a couple of jabs. Nice. He lands another little right hand on Katona. And a 1-2 lands on Katona again with 2 minutes to go in this round. Lands a right hand again on Katona. Inside leg kick by Gibson on Katona. I'd like to see him throw the knees. He threw a knee then. He did throw a knee up there, but I'd like to see him in the clinch just get busy with the knees, Gibson. 1-2 by by Gibson, but it eats a couple of little short range uppercuts from Katona. Katona with a left rip to the body. And a right hand by Katona. Oh, Gibson's complaining of an eye poke. There's not, the ref doesn't stop her. No one stops. Katona's certainly not stopping. And he landed a little barrage of strikes. Then he eats an uppercut from Gibson. Nice 1-2 by Gibson. Yeah, again, he kind of crowds himself with that too. There, I'd like to see knees in the clinch from Gibson. They're landing shots inside. There's little uppercuts and that. Nice right hand by Katona. Gibson looks like he may be hurt. Gibson looks like he may be hurt with 39 seconds to go. And Katona's definitely growing in confidence. He's throwing combinations. He landed a little uppercut. Goes for a single leg. Does Gibson. 23 seconds to go. Yeah, I think Katona's just going to pull this one away now. 8 seconds to go. Katona goes looking for a knee, despite being significantly shorter. 1-2 by Gibson, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wrap. And I can't see any other result other than Katona having won that. That's my opinion with it. But yeah, like I said, I think that he did really well. He's been around the traps a lot. Has Katona? He's been around a lot. Gibson is laying down. It's never a good look for the judges if you lay down after your fight, like straight after it. But I don't know. I don't know if he's injured. I don't know how hurt he is. He's obviously very, very tired. Yeah, Katona, looking at it, the whole thing, I definitely think that he won it. But again, I'm not judging the fight, so I can't really say. It was an interesting fight. I'm really eager to see, and I'm also really eager to see the comeback of Chris Weidman. That should be I'm a big Chris Weidman fan, but I think Tavares is going to be a little bit too much of a dog. He's more active, obviously, because Weidman's been out for 2-3 years. Tavares, he's coming off a couple of big losses though. So I don't know, but I think that Tavares would have to be the one that's more active. He's the one that's Chris Weidman. I don't know. My heart's with Chris, but I like Brad as well. Gregory Rodriguez versus Dennis Tolinian. I think that Rodriguez has the advantages to take this fight wherever he wants it to go. Will he take this to the fight? Will he take this fight to the ground? I don't know. I don't think so. He generally likes to stand and strike, so I'm not sure. I do think I lean towards Rodriguez. Marlon Vera versus Pedro Munoz. I tend to lean towards Pedro. Damon Blackshear versus Mario Bautista. I'm going to go with Mario on this one. Welterweight Neil Magny versus Ian Machado. I can't see. I think Neil's a little bit past it to be able to really give a young, good fighter like Ian Gary a proper run. You know, I don't really see that. Yeah, I don't necessarily see that happening like that. So it'll be interesting as far as those fights go. And obviously in the main event, the thing that's interesting with that as well is like the age at some point when you're 34, 35, 36, 33, somewhere in there, and everyone's a little bit different in that age group, but there's always a point where you slow down a little bit, you know, and then your experience and the other stuff carries you through. But there is a point where you fight, you aged just that little bit, and then you're fighting a younger guy. and it's interesting to note that, it's interesting to see when that could be with these guys as well, because there's like 5-6 years difference between them. And I when we were doing the stats like we did with the other day, that's one of the things that I'd found, but I couldn't find it again but it was something like when the fighters are over 30 in title fights and there's more than 5 years difference, so say 30 and 35, the younger guy wins like 60% of the time or something. It's a big figure. It's a really, really big figure. And these two guys that are going to fight in the main event are kind of reaching that territory. So I do think it is a young man's sport. It is a difficult sport, if you're in natural as well. Like you could be 45 and continue to fight. That's a different story. There's no way you're natural, but yeah. So in this scenario, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting if you see the difference in Aljo. It could happen whenever, and you don't know. But Aljamain Sterling looked really good against Cejudo. Like he looked, implementing his grappling and implementing his grappling against a grappler of that level. That's what makes that really, really interesting, because it's not just he went out and got takedowns on a nobody. He went out and got takedowns on on the highest level wrestler you can be, an Olympic gold medalist, and a guy who's been able to win belts in 2 different divisions, So this is not easy at all. I'll be back in 1 second, people. All right. So, yeah, I think, but I just don't see any of them really. I don't see O'Malley stopping the takedown. Okay, I just don't see him stopping it, and I don't see him stopping it early. And I think that's just going to be a rinse and repeat. More of that from O'Malley as the fight continues. So that'll be interesting. The other thing I think, I'm just kind of going back and forwards along the fights. The other thing I see with Weidman and Tavares is that Tavares actually got really, really, really good takedown defense. And he's got a good chin and he's durable and he's in there and he's in there the whole fight with good cardio, throwing him. So even if Weidman gets him down and works, you'll have to work to get him down. It's going to be hard to get Tavares out of there. Tavares got very good at standing back up. He's very good at just staying in the fight, and he's very good at landing shots, giving shots, and landing shots. So it's going to be a rugged fight for Weidman. I hope he gets it done. But having said that, I really like Tavares as well. So it'll be a tough one. It'll be a very tough fight. I don't know. I don't know if Aljamain Sterling can't get O'Malley down. I don't know that he can take the punishment. I don't think that he can take, because I don't think he can take the shots with the fluidity of the strikes that O'Malley has. I just don't see that. I really don't. I haven't really been watching, or not really. I've never really watched The Ultimate Fighter. I've never really been able to get into it. The fight that I'm interested to see is Strickland and Adesanya, actually, because I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to Imavov versus Aliskerov fight. The Adesanya and Strickland fight, I'm actually looking forward to it, because I think whilst I massively favor Adesanya to win, I really do. I think that Sean has the experience enough, and he's a good fighter. A lot of people shit on him about the Pereira fight, and they say, oh, he should have took him down and blah, 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 blah. The fight ended quick. I don't know what his plans were. He's not stupid. He's not a stupid fighter at all. I don't know if he was planning on, taking him down later in the fight, even irrespective of what he says, where he says, I'm going to stand and bang and blah, 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 blah. I don't think so. I think that there's a good chance that that was in the books. So I want to see how this is going to play out with Israel. I want to see because the volume of strikes that Sean puts out is going to be interesting. Like, I can't see him finishing Israel. I can't see him finishing Israel on the ground, standing up. I can't see him doing that at all. But it would be interesting to see if he can just keep the volume of strikes going throughout the fight, and what kind of problems, mixing with takedowns, and what kind of problems that can arise for Israel. But I don't see Sean having the tools to be able to beat Israel. But I'm interested. I'm definitely interested to see what he's going to come with, what he's going to come, how he's going to start trying to implement his own game plan. I believe the two gentlemen are walking out now to the arena. Austin Hubbard is about to walk in. Like he's about to walk into the octagon. Is that Pamplona in his corner? It is too. Yeah, this guy was a savage, man, back in the day, for people that don't know. Kane says, yo, I was here live years ago watching you reacted when Weidman broke his leg. Your reaction was great. Kane, I don't remember my reaction, man. I don't remember the reaction, but thank you. What was my reaction? I can't even remember it. I felt for him, dude. I really felt for him, because he's a good dude. We had him on the podcast before, and a leg break of that magnitude. It's not just the pain. You know what I think about is the pain is one thing, your career is another, but just the stuff that goes through your head right there and then, you won't even be able to walk. You won't be able to play with your kids for a long period of time. They're the things that straight away I feel like when I see it. Kane said you were screaming. Oh, fuck. Yeah, man. I felt that, man. I felt that in my shin. I felt that in my shin when he said, and rightly so, we're disgusted. Yeah, I was, man. I would have been. I'm rather squeamish. That's one of the things. I want to start hunting, but I'm squeamish with I'm okay with killing fish, right? I can spear fish and do all of that stuff. But it's when like skinning a deer or giving it like cutting its throat or something if you have to kill it or however that works. It's I'm very squeamish for that sort of thing. So I don't know. I want to get into it though. There's a lot of deer around where I live, and a friend of mine gave me some deer that he caught the other day when he hunted, and it was some back straps from these deer, and it was fucking amazing, you know. So I really want to get involved in that. So, but I'm very squeamish. I'm very, very squeamish. And that leg break of Weidman's, now that you mention it, you know, now that I think about it, same as when I saw when I've seen that a few times, like in kickboxing, I've seen that, and it just fucking, it's horrible. In soccer, I've seen that in soccer. That's so brutal as well. And then you see it like when Anderson Silva kicked Weidman, but also it wasn't as bad of a break. It wasn't that kind of injury, but still when he kicked Cannonier, that was bad. And I've got skinny legs. I've got like long, skinny legs, and that makes me even more scared because, you know, I've got long, skinny legs. Weidman doesn't. He's got big, like thick tree trunk legs, but still, like it wasn't pleasant. So I've seen it. McGregor when he kicked Poirier, fuck me dead, man. Again, people don't understand that with the leg kicks. Like that's a danger that you're running every single time. So Kurt Hollaboff is 36 years old. Austin Hubbard is 31, 5'11", 5'10", about the same. Everything is about the same. Like they would say, virtually identical. Kane says, who wins in a 2 versus 1? Triple C and Mighty Mouse versus Ngannou. I think you'd have different results in different fights, but I think the two little guys would win eventually. I think they'd win. Like it's very hard to fight multiple opponents. It's hard, even if you're bigger, if they know what they're doing. It doesn't require that much like you would imagine because, say, for example, for Mighty Mouse versus and Triple C, if one of them just shoots on the legs at the, like kind of synchronize their attack, one of them shoots on the leg and just grabs the leg of Francis, it's very hard, even though Francis will go, you know, mad, he's going to think, but it's very hard to fight the other guy off when you've got one leg kind of trapped, or if you could get both legs trapped or even an arm, you know, if you just grab it, it's hard for him to, like, you'd like to, like, would Ngannou beat two normal sized guys, he'd fucking kill them. Like, you could fill up the whole stadium. He's going to kill them. But two guys that can actually fight, that kind of level of fighter, no, they'd grab him. One of them would grab his leg or something, and it'd be hard. It wouldn't take long before one of them falls, you know, before he falls, you know, if he's grabbing him and the other guys are taking him off balance. That's my take on that. I think the two little guys will get it done. We're off, people. Hubbard in the red, Trunks, both men in an orthodox stance. Hollaboff is looking for an inside kick. They're both trading jabs. Hubbard switches to southpaw and then back to orthodox. Lands an outside kick. Both guys busy with the striking. Nice takedown there by Hubbard. That was very impressive. Did it with relative ease. Hollaboff is has closed his guard. And Hollaboff is in Hubbard is in Hollaboff's closed guard, sorry. Nice elbow landed by Hubbard. Here's something I don't like. I'm watching that Hubbard is able to posture, and Hollaboff is looking for submissions off the ground, and he's got his knee shield up, but he's not, like, it's not, when somebody postures up, you got to push him away from you and get up. And I don't see a lot of that from Hollaboff. Hollaboff's looking for like half guard sweeps and different things, and I don't think that that's an effective situation to do in this particular instance. Yeah, now he's getting his bum out and he's looking to get up. But Hubbard has obviously done his homework as well in this scenario. Hollaboff looks to have really good jiu-jitsu, don't get me wrong. But there are just certain decisions that I don't think were good to make in that instance. Hubbard's looking for the takedown again. Now Hollaboff's looking for a takedown of his own. Hubbard gets out of it. He's got him up against the cage. He'd won the head position. Hubbard's doing a really good job of just imposing his will on Hollaboff, pushing him up against the cage. Nice exchange of jabs, right hand to the body by Hubbard. I'm quite impressed with Hubbard here. Looks to be a clever guy as well. Oh, nice exchanges. Southpaw goes Hubbard. 2:55 to go. Hubbard's sitting behind a nice, tidy little jab, and so does Hollaboff, but Hubbard's just doing a great job of getting just out of the way whenever Hollaboff goes to attack. And whilst they're more or less the same height, Hubbard looks, at least from this angle, looks significantly bigger, just looks like a bigger guy. Hollaboff looks like a little guy to me compared to Hubbard. He put on a good little onslaught of punches there, did Hollaboff, but didn't really manage to find a home for anything properly. Yeah, so I was about to say, look, I'd love to see a kick or a knee up the middle by Hubbard, and that looks like what he was setting up the whole time. Then he goes looking for a double leg again. Yes, just the stance of Hollaboff with his hands a little bit far apart, and he doesn't react too much when Hubbard switches stances, leaves him open for kicks and knees straight up the middle. Hollaboff goes looking for a right hand. I think right high kick up the middle or a knee up the middle from Hubbard is going to find a home at some point in this fight. I just do. There goes a knee again up the middle from Hubbard. And he goes looking for a double leg. He's in deep, gets the knee pick, takes him down. Hollaboff goes to work. He's got the butterfly hooks in. He's punching from the bottom with 1 minute and 18 seconds to go. There's a little strikes by Hubbard. Hubbard must be very physically strong, man, because he does make the other fellow look small. Hubbard's doing a fantastic job. He's got him up against the cage now. He's got him like parallel to the cage, which is a very good position to have someone in when they're up against the cage. Hollaboff's trying to get up. He posts on his elbow. Now he's up on his hand. He's going to find his way. The trick here is the head positioning. The head, whoever's head's higher is going to win. Did a good job with the 2-1 Hollaboff and got back to his feet. Goes swing and a miss with the right hand. Front kick down the middle by Hubbard. Oh, right hand landed by Hollaboff. Nice right hand. Oh, guys looking for a nice trip throw. Does Hubbard doesn't get it. Again, he catches Hubbard on the way out. That's the round, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go with this break. I'm really impressed by Hubbard. I'm really liking how he's fighting. I really, really like it. And he's smart too. Like, he's smart the way that he's worked it out. Like, he knows that this guy's got good jiu-jitsu, and Hollaboff does it. Like, he plays a jiu-jitsu game from the bottom, not so much an MMA game. He's making adjustments as the fight goes, is Hollaboff, I don't know exactly how to pronounce that name. But Hubbard's doing a good job. I'm really impressed with what he's doing, man. I'm really, really impressed. Like, he knows where to be and how to attack it. He's really positionally aware, and he's letting the guy do his jiu-jitsu thing from the bottom, because it's not going to be as effective in this type of scenario. We're about to start, people. So it ends up being like a 1.5 minute break all up. So we're off. Both guys exchanging jabs. Oh, there's that right kick up the middle from Hubbard. Didn't find a home yet, but I think he probably will, if he keeps going with it. Nice right calf kick by Hubbard. Hollaboff's coming forward now. He's controlling the center of the octagon. Left body ripped by Hubbard. Hollaboff's controlling the center. Nice single leg by Hubbard. Misses. Good defense by Hollaboff. Throws a jab down the middle. Oh, 1-2 by Hollaboff. Lands. Hubbard kind of rolled with it, so it didn't hit him flush, but still nice land. There's a right kick down the middle, lands on the body. Then he lands a left hand, but Hollaboff answers with a right hand of his own. Hollaboff goes looking again for that 1-2, but eats a hook on the way out. There's a knee. Look again, Hubbard looking for the knee. Right hand landed by Hollaboff. Hollaboff doing much better this round. He's coming forward. He's committing to his punches. There's that right knee up the middle. I couldn't see clearly in that exchange if he actually dropped Hubbard or if Hubbard had dropped for a takedown. I couldn't see it clearly. Nice transition. Hollaboff's looking for the back. Hubbard is defending it. He's only got one hook in. I think Hubbard, he has to go to his back. He has to go to his back. Put your back on the floor, Hubbard. Put your back on the floor. It's not under the chin. It's not under the chin, but it's not in a pleasant spot here. He has to go to his back here. He should go to his back. Yeah, there we go. He should have done that earlier, looking for that right underhook. Now it's going to be interesting to see what kind of game Hubbard has off his back. It doesn't look like he's got a very good game off his back. Not at all. But he uses the cage to escape. He's in a deep armbar. Hollaboff is in deep. He switches to a triangle. Well done. He has to posture up and out of this, does Hubbard. He has to posture up. Hollaboff's obviously got very good jiu-jitsu. He's got that arm across. But I think Hubbard might have a little bit of pressure down there with his elbow, so he's not able to actually close it. But he got it. Good for him. Good for Hollaboff. Hassan Ahmed says, "Hey Fab, how you doing?" "I'm good, Hassan. How are you?" Wow, he got him good. He was doing a good job, Hubbard. I was impressed by him. He did a really good job. There's things he has to fix in his game. Even just being on his back the way he wasn't the best, but he showed a lot of good moments in that fight, a lot of good moments. So I'm very impressed with that. Kane says, "Do you think DDP can beat Izzy?" Do I think he can? Yes, I think he can. Do I think he will? Probably not. I have to favor Israel. I'm going to give I don't know if anyone saw, I'm starting to do these breakdowns now. I've got a friend of mine who's a mathematician, and he's very, very good at like breaking the stats down and everything. So I'm going to start doing those breakdowns. And so we did one for O'Malley and Sterling, right? I'm going to do one for Israel if he ends up fighting DDP. The thing that I say on all of that is, do I think he can? I think he can, and I'll just go on this. But if DDP is that good that he beat, I've said this before, I'll say it again. If DDP is that good that he beat Rob, and let's say Rob wasn't injured, wasn't sick, nothing that we don't know about, you're not ever going to know, and he is that good, then fuck yeah, he can beat Israel. I don't think he will. I think Israel is very, very tricky. I think Israel's very, very smart. I think he's also seen more of DDP now than and I don't think anyone really picked DDP outside of his circle of friends, and family. So I think Israel is on notice with that. There is a thing though that I will say, and I said it earlier in this podcast, and I said it a lot. When we were looking at the breakdowns of the fighters and that, but we didn't include it in that presentation. I've got to find the exact numbers, but it's something like when the fighters are over 30 and there's 5 years or more between them, and it's title fights, the younger guy wins 63% of the time. I'm not now necessarily going to suggest that that's going to be the case with Israel and DDP necessarily, but as you get older, you don't know when that day will be. You don't know when that day will be that you slow down a little bit and then you're fighting a younger guy and he jumps up a little bit more in talent. It could happen today with O'Malley and Sterling. So I do think he can beat him. I don't know that he will beat him. They're two very different things. Israel's very tricky. He's had over 100 fights. He's only ever been stopped twice in 100 fights, both times by the same guy. Can DDP get him to the ground? This will be interesting. I think he can do that. I think he can get him to the ground. I think that Israel, he's improved a lot. He's improved a lot since he started in the UFC. So even since the Vettori fights, I don't know how much I don't know how much you can take out of those fights there, and you have to do that over and over. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Izzy, but if you're asking me, can he beat him? Of course he can. Yeah, he can, but I don't think he will. The guy, let me see. Rob McKenzie says, good afternoon, sir. Greetings from the frontier. Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you? Hubbard lost to Ahmed. Hassan Ahmed says, I love the O'Malley Sterling breakdown. The stats were unique and offers a really good perspective. Thank you, man. I hope to improve on those stats and that. I'm trying to get that better and be able to put that all up so that people can start to understand the breakdowns of fights a little bit more. There are things that are very interesting when you look at that. So say, for example, one thing is you can see it, right? That O'Malley's got very accurate striking. Is very, very tidy with the way he throws it. But I didn't know, for example, that if you look across it's in the breakdown that we did. If you look at, he's more accurate across all attacking metrics than Sterling. Of course, you have to look at who they fought and all that kind of stuff. But still, you got to give the devil their due, And he's also throws with greater accuracy and greater volume as the fight progresses. And this is even against common opponents like Peter Yan. So these are things that when you start looking at the statistics, you can't negate that. That's why I was already doing the breakdown, already looking at stuff with Strickland and Adesanya, because people are talking about DDP and Adesanya, but they're not understanding Adesanya has to beat Strickland. Now, I think Adesanya will beat Strickland, and I think Adesanya should be a far and away favorite to beat Strickland, but it's not a foregone conclusion, So it's very interesting once you start to break down the stats. I have more I favor Israel before anyone, goes, blah, blah, blah. I favor Israel. I think Israel will win. I think he's got more tools to do it, blah, 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 blah. Having said that, when you look at some of the stats and you look at the volume of the punches and how things could be formatted around Strickland, and you look at how Israel tends to fight as well, maybe he could eke out a decision or make it ugly. You don't know. I don't see him stopping Israel though. Oliver Ekman says, hey Fab, I can't stay long. I'm at my cousin's wedding. I love you. I love you, brother. And are you marrying your cousin? If you are, Oliver, that's good as well, mate. That's fine. Randy says, hey Fab, great breakdown of the stats yesterday. Thank you, Randy. Thank you very much. A lot of work went into it. My friend, like I said, my friend Sam's a guy that's a mathematician. He's a mathematician and works for a big bank and does all that kind of stuff. So he was and he's a jiu-jitsu guy as well. So he's starting to get more involved with the fight game and starting to understand more of what's happening in the game. And Randy says, how accurate would you say the stats are at predicting the fights? Not accurate at predicting a fight. Not very good. You can use it to set odds. You can use it to predict patterns of behavior, and in that you could get an indication of who could beat who where, but in MMA there's too many factors, there's too many things that can happen for in a fight like that, so that's a little bit difficult. It's not, so say Moneyball, that if anyone's seen Moneyball, the baseball show, that's different because you're doing it over a season, right? And it's a whole team. So even if I have a bad day, but my teammates have good days, it'll still even out in the end. And you're talking about getting people on bases, and once you get the people on the bases, it's trying to get them home, right? So these predictors are much easier to do, and then based off maths, how many times players get on bases, So that's much more accurate. Stats are much more accurate at predicting stuff like that than they are predicting the fights, although it still gives you a very good idea. Maybe if you look at it at face value, and I'm just saying this, I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that this is actually what I think. But if you look at it at face value, and it could still happen, but if you look at it at face value, you might go, well, Aljamain Sterling's going to completely annihilate Sean O'Malley because of A, B, C, and D, because it's something you're watching. But then when you have the stats in front of you and you start to understand, Sean actually gets more accurate and he throws with greater volume as the fight progresses, where Aljamain Sterling actually peaks in the third round. Now, there's reasons for that a lot of the times because Sterling gets a takedown and he doesn't throw the same kind of strikes and blah, 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 blah. So, but it does give you a good indicator of what's actually happening as well, not just what you think is happening. Kane says, I think Rob beat Izzy in the second fight. Well, who do you think has the best chance to beat Izzy in the middleweight division other than Alex? I think that, I think Hamzat, Hamzat, if I'd like to see Hamzat at middleweight though, you know what I mean? But irrespective of it, I think Hamzat has a very good shot just because of the style of matchup, I think, and then the others, Rob's always in there with a chance. I don't know that he'll fight Israel again. And they're starting to get to a point where, like I said before, Israel's starting to get to 34, 35 years old, 33, 34, 35. 34, right? And at some point, this becomes different. I don't see him being as dominant in the next 2-3 years. You know what I mean? So it depends when people fight each other as well. Definitely Bo Nickel, Hassan. I do think that Bo Nickel, but again, not necessarily right this second. It just depends, man. I want to see Aliskerov after he fights Imavov. Aliskerov is a very legit fighter, very, very legit. I'd like to see I think Imavov, to be honest with you, Imavov, I think in the next, I don't think they'll cross paths like that, maybe down the track, but I think Imavov has a very good chance of becoming champion in the next 3 or 4, 5 years, depending on how he improves. He's a young guy. He's got a great frame for that division. He's got really good people around him that have taken guys the whole way through to title shots and whatnot. So he's able to see what needs to be done. I think that Imavov's improvements need to be not necessarily in the physical and the technical, but probably just in how he thinks and carries himself a little bit. Not having a shot at him, I just mean in a maturity way, because he's fought, a few guys here and there, lost a couple of fights, but he's always in there and he's learning. He had a good shot at Strickland. Strickland won that fight, obviously, but I don't like the matchup with Amasov. Because I not with Amasov, with Aliskerov, because I don't want to see them kill each other off kind of thing. But that's a big test for both men. I think that Imavov has a very good chance of being champion in the next 3 to 5 years. I don't know how much longer, at that age, that Israel's going to continue. There's a thing, man. There's just a natural thing that after 30 on average, your testosterone drops 1% a year, on average. Now, athletes might be different, this and that and da-da-da, but it's still a young man's sport. So I don't think that you can go, too much longer like that. So who knows? Israel is phenomenal. Kane says, in their prime, who do you think would have won at 170? Khabib versus Usman? I don't know, because Khabib isn't a 170 fighter, and so whilst Khabib is technically very good, you're still seeing him impose a level of physicality on guys at 155 that I'm not saying he can't do it. Like, Volkanovski is a good example. Volkanovski's a fucking monster at 145, a monster. Like, they cannot fucking stop him. They won't be able to stop him. But at 155, whilst he's still a fucking monster himself, but he's not the same type of monster. There's a loss of mechanical advantage. I'm not saying he can't win, right? But he doesn't have the same advantages that you see at 145. And we've never seen Khabib at 170. But at 155, he's kind of like Volkanovski was, like, where he'll just fucking monster you, dude. Like, he will monster these guys, not just technically, but physically as well. And I don't know that he'll have the same physical advantages and mechanical advantages at 155 that he would at 170. And same with Usman going up to 185. I just don't see him having the mechanical advantages that he has at 170 at 185. Could he compete with the guys at 185? Could he maybe beat Israel? Yeah, maybe, but not like dominant like that, like how he was at 170. No. Dominant like Khabib was at 155 at 170. No, I don't see it. Just because of his style, man. His style he's going to monster you. And, that requires you to be not just technically better, but physically better. Okay, we're off, guys. In the center of the octagon, I don't think this fight's going to be pretty, guys. I think this is going to end with an assault. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Gregory Rodriguez and Dennis Tolinian both having their guards up nice and high. This is going to be a very telling fight for Gregory, I think, like, he's got all the makings to go the whole way, but I don't know if he's chinny or it's something to do with his defense, because when he eats shots and he goes to sleep as well, that's another one. But I've also seen him take shots and not go out. So I don't know if he just gets in the pocket too much and like he's very, very skilled, man. His grappling levels is a very high grappling level. Nice. Gets a single leg on Tolinian, goes looking for the back, body locks him and takes him to the ground. Dennis, I'm just going to call him Dennis. Dennis has fought Aliskerov as well, I think, in the Brave promotion. And Aliskerov finished him in the third, but was just all over him with the grappling wise, just all over him. And I think that Rodriguez can do every bit what he did. Now Rodriguez passes, and he passes to side control. Very clever the way he's doing it. He's holding that knee legs, he's controlling the hips, looks for the mount. Fantastic work by Rodriguez. This is what he has to do, because his jiu-jitsu is really, really good. He had the same coach growing up as Jacare. And it even looks like Jacare. I don't think Dennis is going to get out of this. Fucking hell. Oh my God. Brutal, absolutely brutal ground and pound from Rodriguez. That's what I mean. Like, when you look at Rodriguez like this, you're like, fuck. You know what I mean? But then he sits there in some crazy exchanges sometimes. And I think he gets like a bloodlust, because again, you ask me, you're asking before who could beat Izzy. Like, this guy could beat Izzy, I think, but he lost a couple of key fights that have sent him down the track, He could definitely beat Israel. I mean, he's a different story, but can he? I think this guy for sure. But he's lost a couple of very key fights, Very, very key fights. His grappling's very, very good. Very, very, very high level. He's won Brazilian nationals a bunch of times. Like, no joke grappler. And going back to those questions about mechanical advantages and disadvantages, obviously he has the physicality to impose his style, So, and he hits like a truck as well when he's standing up. Big elbows here, huge elbows. Yeah, I don't think like I said, I think this guy, there's a few guys in there that I think match up well with Israel. Whether or not they'll beat him is a different story. Israel's fucking a phenomenal fighter. Wow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is over. I'm really glad to see Rodriguez do what he did. Um, rather than seeing him engage in firepower like that when, like, whilst he is a monster, like, I'd rather just see him win his fights because I do think he's getting to an age now. I think he may be 32 from memory. I didn't see how old he was, 31, 32. And you don't have a lot of fights left to drop when you start getting to that age, Like you can't lose too many more fights because you kind of put yourself out of contention. Um, and in a division like this where they kind of want to see some movement, I think this guy's only has to win 2 or 3 fights, get a bit of momentum behind him, and he could be in that. He could be in talks. He's very, very good. This guy, Gregory Rodriguez, very good. Just the fights, how he's lost them. He's dropped a few fights like that, where I do think he could have. I think the last one that he had with that Bruno Ferreira guy, that was more just he got caught. I mean, that can happen at any time. But even in that fight with Petrosian, I feel it was close. I don't know that he actually lost it, if that makes sense. But I feel that the fight IQ there went a little bit down the way. Kane says, do I like Marvin Vettori? Define, do I like him? Do I like him as a person? Because I don't know him as a person. As a fighter, I think Vettori, to me, and how do I say this? I say this with all the respect in the world. Vettori is a guy that epitomizes someone that, in my opinion, works really, really hard and tries really hard with the potential and the talent that he's been given. But I don't think he has the talent to compete in that division at the top. It's just a situation that's occurred, in my opinion, where that middleweight division was in a transitional period. And so he got the shot at Israel, and he fought, because I don't think, and like it's been already proven, like he can't fight like a Whitaker. He can't fight a Cannonier. He can't fight, like he can, but he's not going to win. He can't beat an Israel. I don't think he beats Strickland. I don't think he beats Pereira, if Pereira was to come back down. I don't think he has enough movement in his feet, like to keep up with the upper echelon guys. I don't think he has like the motor skills to get in and out of positions. And I don't think he has the punching power. Now, he's very durable. He's got a rock solid fucking head. He's very, very game. Very game. But I don't think he has those physical attributes to take him to that next level. I think he's one of those guys. And this, honestly, is fucking commendable. He's one of those guys few guys that actually reach to their potential. You know what I mean? Like a lot of other people get further with less effort. And I think that he's really maximized his potential. So that's very commendable. But I don't see him being ever able to take the belt. I just don't. I see guys being way more talented than him, and that's not his fault. That's not his fault. He's done a really good job. James R says, good to see you again for Bibi. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you on the chat. Yeah, that's my take on Vettori. I don't think, like, when he was going to fight Rob, I was like, I don't see any way that he can beat Rob. I don't think he was going to lay a glove on him, Like, I don't see how. And even when he fought Cannonier, I was like, this is going to be bad, because Cannonier, the big thing with Cannonier is, like, Cannonier hits hard, can take a shot, and he can grapple. Whilst he's not a phenomenal grappler, he's kind of like he's like a slower Rob, a little bit slower Rob. is Cannonier. That's why when Cannonier and him matched up, I was like, not good for Cannonier because Cannonier is Rob, but faster. And Rob's Gastelum, but bigger and faster, That's kind of how those matchups occur. And so I don't see Vettori being able to compete like that at that top level with the new guys that are coming through. That's my take. But I like watching him fight, as in like he's always game. He always comes forward. I like how much I like things. I like people that have buy-in as well. He's emotionally charged and he buys into the fight and he's taking everything serious. Like he's emotionally for real involved in the fight. That's what, like my father-in-law is like that. I like my father-in-law because he's always like genuinely fucking excited to do anything. If you make pizzas with him, he's fucking excited to do it. He's happy to do it. If you go for a walk with him, he's genuinely happy and excited to look at the escarpments and the ocean and shit. So I like people like that. So I like Marvin Vettori like that, I just don't think he's in the conversation in those upper echelons, You see a guy like Weidman, like back in like middleweight division when it's going through this transitional period and there's new blood starting to surface, and Vettori was like right in the middle of that. And so he was able to capitalize on it. And this is something that's very fucking commendable, man, because people can say he got lucky, people can say blah, 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 blah. But he did the work to put himself in the position to capitalize on the opportunities and exceeded his potential. That's my opinion, but that comes from discipline and hard work. And he just doing his best, not quitting, going forward, grabbing the opportunities when they come and running with them, and good for him. But I don't think, like, say, for example, the golden era of the middleweight division, I believe, was when they had in that division Damian Maia, Chris Weidman, Luke Rockhold, and at their peaks, Michael Bisping, Tim Kennedy, Anderson Silva, Jacare, fucking Belfort. Like there was like a bunch of dudes that you had to beat, and Romero, how could I fucking forget Romero? Rob, but Rob was only young. That's why I didn't say him then. Like Rob was young and he was coming through, That era, I don't believe that you could put Vettori in a conversation during that era, right? I don't think so. And I apologize if I missed people in that era. I just said them like bang off the top of my head. Mark Munoz, like you couldn't put Vettori in that. Like you can't put him up against a prime Rockhold, prime Weidman, prime Anderson Silva, prime Jacare. Like it's not the same man. Prime Romero. This is not the same, not even prime Romero, because Romero, I don't know, was 55 or something in the late 90s. But you can't put him in that conversation. But fucking worked hard, put himself in the position and ran with it. Good for him, good for fucking him. That's very commendable. And now we're going to see Weidman and Tavares. I think it'll be interesting, man. I love watching Chris Weidman. To me, like head to head, he'd be pretty much, in my opinion, probably one of the, I don't know if the best middleweight. I think Anderson is the best to ever do it, right? But I think head to head, I think Chris Weidman at his best, I can't think of too many people that would beat him, head to head in that division, like historically, just because of his skill set. Rockhold, just again the skill sets. Romero because of the skill set as well. It's just an interesting little mix, but he's definitely up there. There's a bunch of them, like 5-6 guys there in that middleweight division that are amazing. Amazing. Like they're almost like generational, once in a lifetime. At that point, middleweight division had a lot of guys that were champions or former champions. You had Jacare from Strikeforce, you had Rockhold from Strikeforce and the UFC, Weidman, Anderson, fucking Tim Kennedy. I'm pretty sure he won a Strikeforce title or he fought for a Strikeforce title. Yeah, you had some serious fucking people in there, like Damian Maya, Jiu-Jitsu world champion, blah blah blah. Like you had some real good fighters, man, at that time. It's just a different time. I'm just gonna go fill up my water, guys, and I'll be back in a second. Oh shit, I'm back. It's going to be a long show, so I've got to make sure that I stay fueled. I'm eating a pizza that I made yesterday in my pizza oven. I made it myself. I'm very fucking proud of myself. I don't know what's happened here. And same as the bantamweight division, like I think Aljamain Sterling, for example, is phenomenal. I don't see anyone dethroning him at bantamweight historically. I'm a real big fan of Dominic Cruz. I just don't see Dominic Cruz beating him. Prime Dominic Cruz, I don't see him beating prime Aljamain Sterling. Because I can't see Dominic Cruz stopping Sterling from getting him down eventually at some point. Whilst Dominic Cruz is a very good wrestler and very good at what he does, I always had him down, hands down, best bantamweight to ever do it. And technically and as a complete fighter, I think Dominic Cruz is better, but I just don't see him being able to stop Sterling from imposing his game on him. And that's a big problem with Sterling. A perfect example, like, do I think Sterling can beat Volkanovski? No, I don't. Again, it goes back to mechanical advantage. The way that Sterling fights requires you also to have physical advantages over that person as well. Like you have to, it's not just a technical thing. You have to be big enough and strong enough to impose that style on your opponent. No one's doing that to Volkanovski at featherweight. And I realize I've gotten old too, because a lot of times people are in the arena and they're like YouTubers or something and have no fucking idea who they are. They're like all people that are on YouTube. They're like YouTube sensations, and people go, "Have you seen so and so?" And I have fucking no idea. And B Johnson says Volk is legit one of the most complete fighters we've ever seen. Yeah, and I think Volkanovski's more than just just that physicality that he has for that division. It's too much. It's too much for everybody else. Like his skill set is phenomenal, but how strong he is and how he's built, it's too much, man. You still have to go out and impose your physicality on your opponent, in particular if you're going to try and grapple him. And it's very hard. Like his body is like a weird body. Like you need to have someone like that. Joseph says the All-American is next. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to that fight. B Johnson says, I can't believe how weak he made Yair look. And B Johnson said, dude made him look like a child. Man, I was talking to someone before and he said to me, can you believe what he did to Yair? But I didn't. I thought he was going to smash Yair. I didn't. I thought Yair might. And I don't mean this with disrespect. I thought Yair could catch him with something, maybe. But fucking, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only way he was going to beat him, in my opinion. Joseph says, I think the lightweight division is thankful that Volk didn't reach 5'10" plus. Well, he cuts a lot of height to make fucking featherweight, doesn't he? If you Rice says, do you think Volk would be even better if he was 3 inches taller? You can't say that because, like, if you're a taller guy, your levers are different. Like, your center of gravity is different. Your insertion points in your body are going to be different. You know, like he's built like they found him somewhere in the Eurasian steppe, like he was like a Neanderthal, and they unfroze him and put him in the octagon. Like he's built like a little caveman. You know, you know. I say that with all respect. Like I know him. Like I've dealt with him and that, and. But no, he's not like a normal fucking person. Like I had a mate like that looks like him. Like, and sometimes I'm talking to him and I call Alex Umut, you know, and it doesn't help that Umut went by the name of Alex as well. Umut's older than me, but they look the same, you know, and they've got like their insertion points are like huge insertion points in their body, and that they're not built like normal people. Joseph says, I think Volk's body is similar to Kelvin's built. No, they're different, man. Like Volk is like Kelvin Gastelum's body, right, is like a keg. Imagine like a beer keg, and you stuck little arms and legs on it, you know. And Volkanovski's built like. He just has a different build. He's not like a little keg. Like if you look at Gastelum, he looks like a little keg, you know. Whereas Volkanovski doesn't. He's more in proportion, if you know what I mean. Gastelum's like a heavyweight with little arms and legs. Like his torso and his head's huge. Volkanovski's like that as well, but he's different. He's more in proportion than Gastelum is. You know, he's got. Joseph says, plus Kelvin's head covers 30% of the earth. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's just got like a different build. He's got like a giant head and a big fucking torso. He's like I said, like a heavyweight, and they put little arms and legs on him, you know? Like it's like my daughter was making a fucking fighter out of plasticine. It's just this, it's not in proportion, you know? Which has its advantages for Gastelum. That's why I don't think 170 at this point in his career is going to be beneficial. He couldn't make that weight for whatever the reasons. I'm not here to judge the man. he couldn't make that weight when he was younger. It's not going to help him now when he's older. Even this fight now that he was going to have with Shavkat and he had to pull out of injury, I don't know how much it's got to do with you trying to come down in weight. Like if you couldn't, yeah, I don't think so. I think it just is what it is with him. Like I don't see him being able to make that weight comfortably. B. Johnson says, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you want to see Pereira versus Izzy fall for the light heavyweight belt? That fight's always going to be a good fight. I'm always going to want to watch that fight just from a technical mastery of these two guys, best strikers on the planet that are able to apply it to MMA, you know? So this is a very special time, you know, watching. I think Pereira, if Pereira wins a light heavyweight belt, to me, he's the greatest combat athlete of all time. Won the glory belt in the middleweight and the light heavyweight. Already won the UFC belt at middleweight. And if he wins at a light heavyweight, I think he surpasses Henry Cejudo. To me, Henry Cejudo is the greatest combat athlete of all time. Having said that, right, whilst it'd be cool to watch him, I'll watch it, you know. I'm kind of like, to me, I've seen that fight. And I've seen that fight and I've seen it play out in almost every eventuality, you know, that's going to happen. Like I always think that fight's like a 50-50 kind of fight. You know what I mean? One guy can beat the other one at any stage, and it's kind of been done, you know. It's not that I don't want to see it. It's just like, that's what I'm saying. Like it's been seen, it's been done. You've seen him knock Israel out. You've seen him beat Israel by decision. You've seen him stop Israel in MMA, and then you've seen Israel knock him out. Like, so it's always going to be a good fight, but they fought 4 times. I think for me, because I follow kickboxing and I follow MMA and I've been following it for so long, I've seen all 4 fights. You know what I mean? B. Johnson says, forgot to ask earlier, how do you see Jiri versus Pereira going? I honestly think it's best case scenario matchup for Jiri. For Pereira, sorry. Yeah, look, man, I don't know, man. I don't know, because Jiri's Pereira gets hit, you know, this is something I don't like. Pereira gets hit, Jiri hits very hard, and Jiri hits very hard from a whole bunch of different angles. So, and I don't think Jiri will be scared to take Pereira to the ground or to attempt to take him to the ground. He doesn't have to try and submit him. He doesn't have to try and even hold him down. He can just do that and disrupt the flow of Pereira striking. So I don't think it's that easy of a matchup for Pereira as it may first appear, you know, because Jiri is very competent striker that hits hard, and you saw Jan is more of a plodding kind of striker, and he still was able to connect with Alex, you know. So I think that and I'm an Alex Pereira fan, dude. I'm a big fanboy, but I don't know that it's that easy of a matchup. Like, Jerry's had kickboxing experience in the past. He hits hard. He can threaten takedowns. Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. I think it's not going to be that easy. And now we have Weidman. He's already in the octagon now. He's looking in very good shape. Weidman's 39 years old. He's 6'2", is 186 pounds. 35 years old is Brad Tavares. He's 6'1", 185 pounds. The reach advantage is 78-inch reach to Weidman. The problem with these fights now is, if you look at it statistically, this doesn't mean the fucking Weidman can't win, but just like where they're at in their careers, how much damage and mileage each one of them has had, which is almost comparable if you take away the leg break. Just the age factor, I have to factor in Brad Tavares having a significant advantage just on that, you know. B. Johnson says, I don't know if he'll get over the mind fuck of that leg break, man. Nah, it'd be huge, dude. It'd be huge. But I think that Weidman is also not just wanting to compete, but I think he was the middleweight that was on the biggest contract after fighting, like after being a champion. And I think he still has either this fight and another one, or a couple more fights, or this might be his last fight on that contract, which is a significant pay. You'll see that, unfortunately, with a lot of fighters, you know, like people think that these guys make, even if you made, $5 or $10 million over your career, it's not what people think. Like, guys that work over their career might make a few $1 million, but it's not actually accurate. You're not really thinking, okay, we're off. 4:59 to go. Weidman's in the center of the octagon. Tavares backing up. On the peripheries of the octagon is Weidman. They're filming his leg, the bastards. Yeah, my heart's with Weidman, I have to say, you know, like just because of the leg breaking there. But I really like Tavares as well. So we're in the middle here. Let's see Weidman. 1-1-2 by Brad Tavares. Weidman's looking at that level change. I think he's going to come up with an uppercut, with the right uppercut. Watch for it. He's going to drop his level. Goes looking for a left hook, does Weidman. The longer this goes like this, I think it benefits Weidman. If Weidman can throw a few shots, maybe eat a jab or two off Tavares, because it just takes away the nerves, you know. I think now that he's shot in and he's made contact, it's better for him, you know. It's better for him. It takes away like some of those nerves, and he can just, right hand lands by Tavares. Weidman's always had a good chin, and he took that, but man, that was a good right hand by Tavares. Luckily for Weidman was moving away from the punch. Stiff jab by Tavares. Another stiff jab by Tavares. Right leg kick lands by Tavares. Weidman again feints with the shots. I think, there he goes. Shoots in, but Tavares has caught that underhook. See, he's caught that right underhook. That makes it very hard for Weidman to be able to connect his hands on that single leg. And even if it does, he can't get the purchase on it. Very good work by Tavares. Tavares did exactly the right thing. He had the right underhook and he circled to the right to get out of there. Nice jab by Tavares. Weidman feinting. Weidman goes looking for a left body kick, and Tavares kicks him in the nuts. Wow, it got him right in the nuts. That was a fucking strong shot by Tavares. Jesus, that looked like it would have fucking hurt bad. Unfortunately, this messes up my timer because my wife is the one that works this. I don't know how to work this timer very well. But anyways, so Weidman's just trying to breathe it out. 38 seconds. Man, that would hurt. Even with the steel cups, it still hurts. B. Johnson says, you really deserve more viewers, man. You're better than most of these clowns on MMA YouTube. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. We're off 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Okay. Weidman skirting the outside of the octagon now. 2 minutes 24. This is still very early on in the fight. But it's this pace of fight as well is allowing Weidman to settle into the fight, exchange some shots, feel some shots. Nice. The 1-1-2 again from Tavares. I'd like to see him follow that up with a high kick, with a right high kick. Oh, nice right low kick by Tavares. Tavares got very good leg kicks. I'd like to see Tavares go 1-1-2 right head kick. You know, it's there because Weidman is leaning back a little bit. But he has to catch him when he's a little bit closer to the edge of the octagon and then go 1-1-2 right high kick or 1-2 right high kick if he's got Weidman close to the back. Another kick lands by Tavares. Weidman controlling the center of the octagon. Weidman changes to southpaw stance and back to orthodox. They exchange jabs. Another right low kick lands by Tavares. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Inside leg kick by Tavares. Tavares is doing really good, man. He's skirting the outside of the octagon. Oh, 1-2, swing and a miss by Weidman. You know, the thing is, Weidman's looking good. Like, as in, like, I'm not saying he's going to beat a top 3, top 5 guy, but he's looking good in as far as, like, he's definitely still competitive in that division. He's going to beat some guys, going to lose to some guys, catches a low single on Tavares, but wasn't able to finish it. But yeah, there's a lot of guys like in that middle tier that will struggle with Weidman still. And the loss to DDP from Tavares has aged well, right? Like he did well. He's a rugged dude, is Tavares. Though. That's the first round. Oh, nice little exchange. That is the end of the first time. Yeah, I like Tavares. I would say, in my opinion, that Tavares won that round. Just landed the better leg kicks and the better like head strikes. Nothing amazing, nothing crazy, but enough to win that round, in my opinion. Again, understand this. I'm not judging the fight. I'm just watching the fight and commentating on it. Thank you, Johnson, for what you said. Like, we'll see what happens with that, man. I just keep doing what I'm doing. Pure Blood Heretic says, Volk has the X factor. The Ortega guillotine escape was impossible for most mere mortals. Yeah, you wouldn't get out of that unless you're a fucking... He's got no neck as well. Like, you know what I mean? You got to understand this. He's got no neck and he's fucking like just a little ball of muscle, you know? When you grab him, he's like a brick. So, yeah, it's going to be very hard unless you're used to training with guys like that and exactly that kind of guy with not just that physicality, but his technical abilities. It's hard. It's fucking hard. Okay, we're about to start the second round. We're off. I think Brad, if he can finish this with a high kick, the 1-1-2 and a high kick, nice low kick from Brad. Because Tavares, Weidman's just getting out of the way of the two, you know, like just, not even properly. If he can throw the right hand, see the right hand behind that the right leg behind that would be good. Or a left high kick as well when Weidman slips the jab. There we go. That's what he can be looking for as well. Because Weidman's slipping the one pretty like accentuated. They exchange jabs. Another calf kick by Weidman's fucked. Weidman's fucked. His legs hurt. Tavares has calf kicked him. Oh shit. He's hurt bad, dude. Like he can't put any weight. He switched to southpaw. Fucking stop the fight. Right high kick. There it is. The right high kick. Now Weidman goes back to orthodox. He's fucked. He can't step on it. He can't step on the leg. 1-2 by Tavares. Fucking stop the fight. I hate seeing this, man. Another calf kick. And for the young guys out there that don't know, Weidman was a fucking monster in his day, man. That's the thing that makes me sad. He throws a left high kick anyways, like a proper monster. Throws a left kick to the body, but he's standing like flat-footed, like almost like an eversion of the foot, of his left foot. You can see it. Like he's really, really like not in a good place. He's throwing it anyways. He's throwing his left leg. But he's stepping on it very gingerly. He hurt Tavares with the right hand. He's hurt Tavares, but Tavares shucks him off and gets off the cage. Good job by Tavares. Oh, southpaw stance. Weidman standing there, but Tavares throws it. A right high kick, which is taken on the arms of Weidman, but it hurts. Now, Weidman in the southpaw stance, and Tavares is landing the outside calf kick. Weidman switches to orthodox and throws a right hand down the middle, which lands again. He's finding a home for that. Man, Weidman gets Tavares down. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened because the ref intervened. I think it might have been a nut shot or a eye poke. I swear these guys keep messing up the clock for me. Oh, yeah. The kick, people will say, no, that landed on the stomach, but no, that definitely touched the balls, man. Like, that will hurt. That will fucking hurt the way he got kicked dead. Yeah. Yeah, man, that would hurt. This is good for Weidman too, you know, as long as he just keeps moving and doesn't let his legs cool down too much. But they're really, really hurting his legs, those kicks, man. Man, those leg kicks. Yeah. When I say stop the fight, man, I just don't want to see the dude get more and more hurt. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to see it. Look at his leg. It's all like red and welts all over it. And both legs too. Like Tavares, when Weidman switches to southpaw, Tavares skips outside the lead foot and throws a left leg into the calf and fucking hurts him. You know, hurts him every time. Yeah, the heel on that went into the nuts. Anyone who says that didn't hurt needs to get kicked in the fucking balls. 2 minutes and 28 seconds to go in round two. Oh, drops Tavares. I think it was more of a slip. Nice calf kick once again landed by Tavares. And Weidman stepping very gingerly goes to check Tavares' leg from a southpaw stance. Tavares doing a good job of skipping outside, and then he throws a right high kick, taken on the forearms by Weidman. Weidman goes looking for a left kick of his own from the southpaw stance. I just don't know. This is the middle of the second round. I don't know how many more leg kicks he can fucking take like that. Oh, they exchange. Weidman's in deep on a takedown attempt. Tavares doing a great job of pushing the head down. Weidman needs to get his bum under his head, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. And Tavares doing a great job of framing. Weidman is exerting a lot of energy to try and get this takedown, but he won't get it because Tavares had the right underhook in. Great job by Tavares. See, when you get that right underhook and you circle to your right and your bum's off the cage, you're going to get away. And that would have taken a lot of energy from Weidman, a lot. With 1 minute and 23 seconds to go, Weidman's fighting in the southpaw stance. I do believe that, right hand lands by Tavares. I do believe that Tavares is going to keep looking for the outside calf kick with his left foot. Tavares goes looking for a right high kick then. Oh, Weidman throws a left high kick, a 1-2 and a swing and a miss. Now it's clinching with Tavares, pushes Tavares up against the cage. He's got, but they're in an over-under, so he's not going to get Tavares down. There's 42 seconds to go. Even if he does, I don't see him doing anything significant to Tavares in that on the ground in that short period of time. He's sunk in. It looks like he's got both hands wrapped, and he's looking for a knee pick, but he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. 17 seconds to go from the southpaw stance. Weidman throws a left high kick, and Brad answers with one of his own, with a right high kick rather. Again, Tavares goes looking for a kick to the left calf, partially checked by Weidman, but he would still feel that on that leg. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a round. Both guys gesturing to the crowd to make some noise. Man, Weidman's legs, no matter what happens in this fight, Weidman's legs are going to be sore as fuck tomorrow. I can guarantee you of that. Man, what a fight. It's a good fight too. Good for Weidman, man. I was watching the whole third with one eye closed. The second round, Joseph. We're going into the third now. Yeah, those leg kicks are brutal, dude. They're brutal. But it also shows, man, I don't know how many more fights he has left on his contract or anything like that. It shows that if he's matched up correctly, he can be competitive in this division for a few more fights for sure, you know. There's still some guys that he can beat, but it's sad watching a legend, you know what I mean? I'm a huge fan of Weidman, huge. He was my favorite fighter, actually, for a long, long time. Like one of my favorites, all-time favorite fighters. He's just such a fucking good fighter. We're off. This is the start of the third round, people. Start of the third round. There's one more round. Weidman's super tough. Like, he's really, really tough. Oh, my God. He's swinging a miss, does Tavares. Just misses that lead leg of Weidman's. Weidman's in the orthodox stance. Gets kicked in the leg. But that was just above. That was like kind of at the end of the iliotibial band, just above the knee. But still, man, you can't take too many of those shots. Oh, nut shot. But this wasn't, Tavares didn't mean this. Weidman went to kick with his left leg. He went to kick up with his left leg. And Chris went for a low kick with his right. And it hit him like flush in the nuts, you know. And again, they messed up my timer because I don't know how to pause it. Look at this. Oi, they both went for kicks at the same time. And he kicked Weidman. That nut shot would have hurt. You know, that nut shot would have hurt. I just picture like, you know, like some people, imagine like some Hawaiian kid or some Samoan kid that you went to school with or something, just like winding up and just kicking you in the balls like it was a conversion, like he's kicking a conversion. You got him so flush with his shit. Shake hands, they're off. Weidman in the southpaw stance, trying to protect that left leg that's obviously taken a lot of damage. And he's doing a good job, Weidman. Tavares skipping outside of the left leg. Every time Weidman switches back to orthodox, though, Tavares is waiting to kick him in the leg, and he does again. That was a glancing shot, that one, luckily for Weidman. And Tavares is like winding them up and kicking them so hard where Weidman can't stand. He just connected then again to the calf of Weidman. Oh, shit, another leg kick by Tavares. And another. Oh, my. Oh, and a jab. 1-2 by Tavares. Tavares pushes Weidman away. Tavares goes looking for a leg kick again, but this time to the inside because Weidman has switched to southpaw. Fuck me dead. Oh, Weidman can barely stand, dude. He's fighting from southpaw. He tried a 1-2. Now switched back to orthodox. And Tavares doing a good job of pushing the head down. There'd be no power left in that hand, in that left leg, though, of Weidman's. It just shows how much heart he has and how much experience he has to be able to ride that. And he just checked an outside left leg kick by Tavares. Oh, my God. He switched back to orthodox, shoots a double. Tavares doing a great job of defending. 2 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Weidman goes for a body lock takedown. Tavares shucks him away. Weidman's is in the southpaw stance, and Tavares lands an outside kick on Weidman. Then he goes looking for a right head kick. Weidman's once again taken that on the forearms. That will not be pleasant, taking those kicks to the forearms either, boys and girls that are watching. They're clinching in the middle of the octagon. Weidman's in a lot of trouble here with his leg. Outside leg kick lands again by Tavares from the orthodox to southpaw stance, respectively. Oh, Jesus. Oh, big left hand lands by Weidman. 2 minutes, 14 seconds to go. But again, I don't know how much power is coming behind those punches now with, like, you know, he'd be off balance and he wouldn't have a lot going for him in that left leg. Oh, right hand lands by Tavares. That was really nice the way he did that. He skipped outside through the lead hook and then threw the right hand right behind it. 1 minute, 53 seconds to go. Shucks him off again, does Tavares. Oh, right kick up the middle by Tavares. 1-2 by Tavares. Weidman still coming forward. Eats a little jab. Eats another jab, does Weidman. Tavares with a high guard. Lands a right low kick to the orthodox. Weidman lands another one to Weidman. Weidman hobbling after him. Weidman's in a lot of trouble. 1 minute, 14 seconds to go. Weidman looking for the overhand left. Tavares skipping outside on the peripheries of the octagon. Kind of stumbled a little bit earlier on the octagon. Left outside kick lands once again by Tavares. Another left outside kick by Tavares. You can't take too many more of them if you're Weidman either. He hasn't got the other leg to brace on. He's absolutely been brutalized with leg kicks. He's going to be so sore to. Oh, another left outside kick by Tavares. I'd like to see the Tavares switch to southpaw actually and land those outside leg kicks on Weidman. There he does it. Well done. It's like he heard me. Weidman lands a combination himself. Yeah, switch to southpaw, Tavares, and throw that left kick. There's 21 seconds to go. Soon as he switches to orthodox, Tavares throws that right outside kick. Man, the fact that Weidman even took these kicks is incredible. He's landed it on the outside of Tavares' legs, of Weidman's leg again. Weidman swings with a hook and a miss. There's 3 seconds to go. 2-1 time. Weidman lost that fight badly, But one thing I will say is that he has shown in this fight that he can be competitive with some of these guys that, are just, the top, I would say in the top 25, top 20, that he can be quite competitive with some of them. I don't know that he's going to beat other guys that are in that top 10 necessarily. I don't necessarily think so at this stage in the game, but he showed he's very, very competitive at that level. Joseph says, win or lose for Chris, I hope he really thinks about it again before stepping inside the cage again. Like I said to you, I think that I don't know how many fights he has left on his old contract. I know that in his old contract he had it was a very big contract. I think it was the biggest one at the time for an ex-champion. And so if he does, what the problem is, you look at some of these fighters and you go, they earned $10 million over their career or $15 million over their career or whatever. And that's like saying a guy that works for 20 years earned $5 million over his career is like a tradie or something. I'm just making an arbitrary figure. It's not really $5 million, like that's gone, it's not, when you average it out over X amount of time, it's not that much, you know what I mean? And then you average it out over the next 20 years that you still have to work or that you still have to provide for your family with the cost of living still going up. It's hard for a lot of these guys, man. They have to continue to get in there and fight because you're not making, like they didn't make, intergenerational wealth money, they just haven't, like it's not. And I think a lot of these guys realize this when they're getting towards the tail end of their career. It's very hard, man, because work with young athletes and I work with it's very hard for a lot of these guys to understand, and see down the track and have foresight and really get the point that you're not really, how things are right now is not how they're going to look like in 5 or 10 years or whatever, financially. It's very, very hard to understand that. And so it's very hard to say no to paydays like this, So I do think if he's still on that contract, you're going to see him fight again. B. Johnson said, mad respect to Chris, he came to win. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, there's nothing like, he is one of my favorites, was my favorite, like when he was active all the time and that. He's fucking a freak of nature, you know what I mean? Like I just feel bad. Like I think like you're saying, B. Johnson, I feel bad for him. Like I feel bad as well when you explain to people like, how good this guy was back in the day. Like people, young guys and that, they have no fucking idea how good this guy was. This guy was one of the very best to ever do it, like you've never. And if you're a young guy and you haven't seen it and you only see this, people don't get it. I'm just going to try and put this card on now for me, the thing. That was crazy. B. Johnson says, yeah, Prime Chris was honestly incredible, man. The casuals definitely got to know that. Yeah, that's what makes me sad. It's like when people talk about, athletes or whatever, and you don't realize like who this guy fucking was, in his heyday. I'm doing a little bit of work with, shout out to Danny Gill at the moment. I'm doing some work with him. and we hoping to put together a boxing program. And you introduce him to people and they have no fucking idea who he was. And like, this guy had unified the belts. He fought Cotto, lost to Golovkin, but he still was who he was. Harry DeLuca says, if Weidman's Harry DeLuca, guys, remember this name. Harry trains with us. He's going to do quite well in the future. Just remember the name, because you can say you knew him when. Harry DeLuca says, if Weidman's next opponent starts to focus on leg kicks in his next fights, are there any stylistic or game plan changes he can make to counter that? Well, yeah, he has a very boxing heavy approach, and I don't think it's an interesting question, young Harry, because I think that he's always been susceptible to the leg kick. If you remember his fights with Anderson Silva and with other guys, he's been susceptible to that. The thing is that a lot of people hesitate to kick with him because of his wrestling and because of his long arms, because he can counter, he can try and catch you and throw that right hand. He can try and stand a little bit more square to check those kicks, but I think he loses some of his boxing ability and loses some of that reach that he has, because he's got really long arms. Having said that as well, I don't think he wants to stand in that stance and throw kicks either. I think that it didn't look like he was really about throwing kicks to the legs, understandably so. If I had my legs snapped, I wouldn't want to either. So yeah, he can stand a little bit more square on in a more Muay Thai stance and start to check those kicks a little bit more, but it's going to take away from his wrestling. It's going to take away from his blitz. It's going to take away from his entries. So there's always a give and take with your stances and with what you plan to do. But he has always been, like Anderson Silva, really kicked the shit out of his legs as well. One thing that he does do, which fucking is his ability to eat the leg kicks, is second to none, because even when Anderson was kicking him, I was like, fuck, man. Like, at some point, you've got to drop. I was thinking he was going to drop with this, man, much earlier. Bodybuilding News says, it's like that with bodybuilding. I have a friend that won a pro show in 2010. Only 0.1% of people do that. I talked to some modern pros. They don't even know who he is. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. It's fucking incredible. And Weidman, though, in fairness, not congratulations to your friend, but I'm saying, like, Weidman would be like a guy that won the Olympia a couple of times, like 3 times. Like, it'd be, I'm not a big bodybuilding fan, but it'd be like, I don't know. Nowadays, people don't know who Flex Wheeler is. People that wouldn't know who El Somebody is, from old school bodybuilding days. I used to work in a bodybuilding gym back in the day. Like Dorian Yates, like all these dudes, like the kids coming up now wouldn't know who they are. They would not, they wouldn't know who these guys are, So it's that's a thing that makes me sad. Like when people watch a dude like Weidman and you go, fuck, who used to Bodybuilding News, who used to work out at that gym, may he rest in peace, was Luke Woods. Like Luke Woods used to work out there all the time. I used to always talk to him and that before he passed away. It was an interesting place. I learned a lot in that was my introduction into the fitness industry when I was like 20 years old and younger, 18, 19 years old. I used to go in there when I was a kid. I was still in high school, but then I started working in there when I was about 16, 17. But yeah, man, like that, people don't know. They don't understand who Chris Weidman was. And the way he put some people away back in the day. I remember we took the Damian Maia fight on 10 days notice. And I remember I don't put money on stuff. I don't bet, but Surgeon and Bray was a great era. Yes. Is that the guy called the Panther? Papa Nods? Is that the guy they used to call the Panther? Fuck, we're going down memory lane here. Yeah, funny days, mate. Funny. Tom Platts. Who else? I'm trying to think of some other names. I can't. Gaspari. Yeah, all these dudes. Yeah, man. The way he fought Damian Maia was what really impressed me in that fight. Like he just took that on short notice, and he fought really, really well because he knew when to take Maia to the ground and etc. B. Johnson says, Maya's not a style you take on 10 days' notice. Haha, Weidman was a madman. Yeah, man, especially you're a grappler, right? But what a lot of people don't know is how well Weidman did in ADCC. If you watch his match with Andre Galvao, it was like a very close match back then. And that's when Andre Galvao was the fucking man. Do you know what I mean? Like Andre Galvao was the man back then. And Weidman had like a proper match with him. Like it was like close, you know? And Weidman, that's why I had a lot of confidence for Weidman going in. And it probably explains why he had so much confidence taking that fight with Damian Maia on short notice. But having said that, I don't know that I don't know that people understand or appreciate what that was, you know, when you saw it. I don't think that O'Malley, whilst his hits hard and clean, I don't think he's got necessarily. He does. He's obviously knocked people out with one shot KO, but I don't know that he's going to be able to put Aljamain away just like that, you know, because he's also got to be wary of the takedown. I was just watching. They had a few highlights of him knocking people out. I'll be back in 1 second, people. My apologies, people. I'm back. B. Johnson says, who was some of your favorite Pride fighters back in the day, Fab? Well, for sure, Fedor. Fedor has always been one of my favorites of all time. Nogueira in Pride, Henderson in Pride, Vanderlei. I don't know if you guys know who Alex Stiebling is. I liked Alex Stiebling back in the day. Alex Stiebling was a guy who was exciting guy to watch. There was Matsui, Sakuraba, of course. Randleman. Oh, man, there was so many. Pride was so fucking amazing. There was so many good. Shogun in Pride was fantastic. Rampage in Pride again. But like Krokop versus Fedor, that's one of the best fights I've ever seen from a technical matchup and the way that like how clever Fedor was in his adjustments in that fight. That was, to me, one of the best things I've seen. And Krokop at that time, you know, in that era and who he was and what he was doing to people, super impressive. Barnett was a monster in Pride, you know, back in the day. Let me see. B. Johnson. Kane says, did you hear about the 260-pound bodybuilder who is over 6 feet, thinks he can beat Mighty Mouse in a fight, and they agreed to grapple? Bodybuilding News says, Bradley Martin, he's a social media bodybuilder. He wouldn't win a local show. 260 pounds, in my opinion, might actually be able to beat up Mighty Mouse. I hate to say that, laugh out loud. I only know about this guy because I think on the last one of these shows, people spoke about it and I looked him up. But the guy's not just like a bodybuilder. He's also like a pretty good athlete, it seems. I don't know what combat experience he has. Like he might like in jiu-jitsu, right? Fight is different. But if he has fight combat experience, if you're 260 pounds, like Mighty Mouse a fucking tiny guy. Igor Chanchin was always great to watch him pride. Absolutely, sir. Going back to this character, the guy, yeah, if you're that big and you have fighting combat experience and you're a good athlete, because from my understanding, just from seeing him a little bit, he's a pretty good athlete. Like he can dunk and stuff like that. If I'm not mistaken, if it's the same guy. So if you're 260 pounds and you're that strong and athletic, it's always going to be dangerous. Like, it's not just, but you're talking about a guy in Mighty Mouse that was like, in my opinion, like the best flyweight to ever fucking do it. So they're different. It's a lot. Like if you've ever even seen, when Shaq does the like Shaq, have you seen when back in the day Shaq did the thing where he challenged like people, like he boxed with De La Hoya and that, and you see the actual size difference and just like they're different types of humans, you know what I mean? It's a different fucking level of animal, and he could take the body shots from De La Hoya. So a guy that big with a guy that small, it's different, man. And no matter what your girlfriend or wife tells you, size matters, man. Size matters, So it's not. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if a big giant dude like that beat Mighty Mouse, because there's only so much that the technique will overcome. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know, if he was 260-pound bodybuilder that can barely fucking move and can't hit hard and think, then no, that wouldn't surprise me. I've met bodybuilders like that, but I've also met guys that are super athletic, man. They're still fucking athletic. They're just bodybuilders, but they're still athletic and they still can hit hard and they still things. So that wouldn't surprise me if he beat Mighty Mouse, who's also a bit older now too. Now, if you told me, can he beat Leon Edwards in a fight? I'd say no. Leon Edwards will fucking crack him. He'll fucking crack his head. Bodybuilding News says he's pretty athletic. I hate to say it, laugh out loud. Like he can squat on a Bose ball with women on his back, laugh out loud. Yeah, I think I seen footage of him dunking a ball, like in basketball. So, he'd be athletic. He'd have a lot of power, a lot of ability to move. I think it might be him. I'm not sure, right? I saw him sprint a 40 meters and it was pretty quick. Like, so if you're that athletic and you're that big, you're going to beat most fucking people, dude. This is what people don't understand. That's the reason why people do martial arts, because of people like that. B. Johnson says, a boxing gym I went to a very long while ago, we had a huge Samoan guy who was 6'7", 390 pounds and was actually fast. I really believe that boxing skills wouldn't save you from this guy. If you're 6'7", 390 pounds and you're fast, like I wouldn't be game to fight that guy, fight a gun. You know what I mean? I'd have to shoot him like right fucking there. It'd be like shooting a bear or something. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to kill him, bang, and kill him. Because anywhere else you get him, he's still going to get to you. You know what I mean? Fuck, I wouldn't even be able to get that guy off me if he landed on me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so if I shot him and he landed on me, he'd asphyxiate me. Like, there are people out there, man, that are too fucking big, too strong. And that's one of the best things when you do martial arts. And I say this, some women get this and some women don't. They come through the gym and that I coach. And one of the things I say with self-defense is like, you understand, and I understand now, I'm 43 years old. I'll be 44 my next birthday. And like, I've been doing martial arts my whole life. And there's guys that I train with and they're young and they're strong. And you can't, like, you know, they might get to like a blue belt level and their bodies still move differently, you know. And I have bad knees as well. And so you learn like, oh, this is what that feels like. So I'm going to avoid a fucking confrontation if I can. And if you're a woman and you can do martial arts, especially some grappling kind of based martial art where you can go 100% on a guy. But none of the guys, unless you're a fuckwit, go 100% on the girls. But just if you go at 50% on a small girl, they can feel your strength. You know what I mean? And I think that that's one of the best things for self-defense, because you understand, oh, holy shit, if I get put in this position by a grown man and he really wants to do something to me, I can't stop him. And that, whilst you don't want to hear it and it affects your, might affect your confidence, gives you a real reality fucking check. My daughter, she's 3.5 now, and she does jiu-jitsu like 3 times a week. She does gymnastics, a whole bunch of stuff. But the grappling is really good because she understands, like, right off the fucking bat, like, there's 5-year-old boys in that class that she can't do anything to. Like, they will monster her, and not even mean to. Like, they'll run right past her chasing a ball and knock her over. But what I've noticed is then the way she is with her siblings, because I've got a little baby boy and a 1.5-year-old, and the way she is with them, she's very acutely aware of the physical interaction and how that things hurt. You know what I mean? That things hurt. And like, she knows straight away. I'll say to her, you don't like it when so-and-so squashes you, do you? You know what I mean? Like, it's not fun, so don't do it to them. And she gets it, I think that's one of the best takeaways when you're talking about self-defense, in particular for women and for guys, man, and for fucking guys. Like, you're grappling, you're a fucking blue belt or something in jiu-jitsu, and like some big fucking Samoan dude that plays fucking 3rd grade rugby union comes in, and if really you're not doing shit to him, the guy will hold you down. It's not, unless you're some sort of wizard jiu-jitsu guy, like the big giant Samoan guy, if he wanted to kill you, would kill you. This fight should be a good one. I think Pedro is going to win it, to me, my opinion. I think Cheeto's good, but I don't know that he beats Pedro. I think Cheeto's good. Like, I rate Cheeto. But 6'7", 390 pounds is like elephant gun. That's what you need to do with that guy. There's no getting around that. See, it's an interesting thing when people talk about fighter pay. I saw a snippet of Cheeto talking about how he was really happy with the fighter pay because of how much money the difference was in Ecuador. I'm not saying fighters shouldn't get paid more. I'm saying pay them more. But whilst fighters are still talking about, like, if you got fighters saying, I think it's fair, then fuck, mate. I'm done talking about fighter pay. Well, when you got fighters going, mate, I'm happy with what we get paid. I'd rather nurses and doctors and teachers get paid more. Papa Nod says, it's true. I stopped playing rugby after 1 year due to stupid size of islanders I had to play against. Mate, they are some big people, man, and they're athletic and they're big, and not just islanders. There's big, strong white kids too. But when you see that, man, it's a fucking different, like, I've got mates at, like, the big giant islander dudes, and they'll call me and they're, oh, Fab, where are you coaching now? Because I want to take my kid. And his kid's like fucking my size and he's 12. And I think, what your kid is the reason people do martial arts, even though the kid's a sweetheart. But the kids are fucking, like, they're just monsters, man. B. Johnson says, yeah, man, he only showed up like 4 times, man. We really wanted to see him more. I think he ended up getting into some serious trouble and went to jail. Oh. B. Johnson says, the intimidation factor alone with that guy was too much. Yeah, dude, like, that's fucking not normal, dude. That's another thing that people don't understand, like in a street fight or whatever. It's like, you don't know. You don't, that if you're not used to fighting, you're probably not going to be able to apply a lot of the stuff you do anyways. You don't know where this fight's going to go. You don't know what that person's capable of. You don't know if he's going to see you again next week with his friends. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's not, yeah, people don't have no fucking idea. No idea. You're not going to put like a nice triangle on some big dude. Like, unless, people watch it and they say, no, I saw this on TV, and like the guy would have to be, like, don't get me wrong, it's not like I could do it to some guy my age that knows nothing, you know what I mean? Like, but you're not doing it to some fucking monster guy, dude. Like, people are living in a fantasy world, you know what I mean? Joseph says, this is why I work on my cardio a lot. Running away is my jam. Yeah, sometimes you can't run away, though. Renwick says, non-fighters gas out in like 1 minute, though. If you're not used to fighting, though, dude, you have to put yourself into that I'm a non-fighter category as well. Like, if you go and do jiu-jitsu twice a week, and I'm talking, like, listen to what I'm comparing it to. If you're going in, we're off, guys, we're off. If you're going in and doing fucking jiu-jitsu twice a week, never been in a physical confrontation ever in your life, and you fight a guy that plays rugby league, for example, and been playing rugby league his whole life, and he is used to getting into fucking fist fights every second week on the field, he's going to fucking smash you. You know, he's going to fucking smash you. Leg kick lands by Pedro Munoz. So we're off, guys. We're off. Jab by Pedro Munoz, both men. So Pedro Munoz is in the orthodox stance, and so is Cheeto. Both men exchanging jabs. Cheeto's very, very aware. Like, he's like really on. You can see it. Pedro Munoz goes looking for a spinning back kick. Doesn't land. Pedro Munoz lands a nice, Cheeto lands a nice jab down the middle. Cheeto's already, he's got his legs in a box stance, so to speak, so that he can check that outside leg kick from Munoz. I wonder if Munoz is going to get the read on this and start looking for the inside kick to the leg of Cheeto. But he lands 2 outside kicks on Cheeto already. Cheeto landed a front snap kick to the body, and he lands another one. I'd like to see some inside kick. Oh, nice front kick by Munoz. They're exchanging jabs. Munoz switches to southpaw, rather. They exchange outside kicks. Cheeto's also in the southpaw stance. Both guys are switching stances. This is interesting. But Munoz is looking to skip outside of that lead foot of oh, nice kick by Cheeto. Lands. Munoz answers with a clubbing right hand of his own, but eats a jab. Nice front kick down the middle by Pedro. Pedro is looking to get outside that lead leg and throw a kick of his own. He feints it, but Cheeto looks to check it already. But that means he's got Cheeto thinking. Cheeto's already very, very aware of that. Nice outside kick. Oh, they're exchanging. The leg kick game is heavy in this fight, but Cheeto's landing the better jabs down the middle. Both men in southpaw. Oh, 1-2 lands by Munoz. Knee up the middle by Cheeto. Good work being done, by Pedro and by Cheeto. Both these guys. I like that they're both investing early in leg kicks and body kicks. And I wonder which one's going to pay dividends best for these guys. Nice straight punches by Cheeto. I'm really impressed by his punches. They're very tidy, nice and straight down the middle, fast. Munoz looking for combinations down the middle as well. Oh, overhand right by Munoz. Oh, nice little crescent kick by Cheeto. Oh, lands a nice jab, but Pedro answers with one of his own. Switches to southpaw, does Pedro. Nice calf kick by Cheeto. Nice front kick by Pedro. Cheeto goes looking for a 1-2. Nice little Superman punch from southpaw stance by Cheeto. Cheeto's showing a very nice vocabulary of strikes. He's in a very diverse arsenal of strikes. And very tidy with his shots, very economic. I like the way he's fighting. He's fighting really, really well. A couple of jabs down the middle. 1 second. Mini como ba? Oh, okay. I was gonna grab my daughter, but she's going to bed. Nice finish there by both guys. I don't know who's winning the fight because I'm not judging it. I'm just fucking watching it. And it seems to me that probably Cheeto's got the tidier like strikes down the middle. Looks very tidy the way he's doing it. And probably more economic, and he's landing a few more headshots. Is that enough to win the round? Probably. I don't know. JH says, love having you back. Thank you, sir. Love being back. So there's a nice straight down the middle, hits him right in the nose. People don't realize, man, like a nice jab, like right in the nose and break your nose. Brenwick says, hard to say so far. This is a great matchup, though. Yeah, it is. Absolutely is. It's going to be interesting as the fight progresses. Like I said, like some of those leg kicks, some of those body shots, if they start to take their toll later in the round. Joseph says, Cheeto's jab is finding a home there. Yeah, absolutely. He's throwing it with no toe, nice and fast. It's one of the things you have to understand with the jab. Like, you just have to touch people with it. We're off, people. We're off. Both men in southpaw stance. Then Cheeto switches to orthodox. They both switch to orthodox again. Doing a nice job with this. Man, the stance switching is hard to get a read on if you're not clever with it. You know, front kick up the middle, inside leg kick lands by Pedro. Cheeto's answering with jabs, and he's throwing his kicks up there with no tell either. This is good. He's looking good. Oh, lead hook by Munoz from the southpaw stance. You don't see a lot of that. Good little exchange there. Oh, overhand left by Munoz lands on the forehead of Cheeto. And both these guys looking good. Really looking good, man. Inside calf kick, outside calf kick by Cheeto. Cheeto goes looking for a left hand. Both men in the southpaw stance. Front kick, nice teep by Cheeto. Goes looking for a left hand. Munoz gets out of the way, answers the left hand of his own. Munoz with a teep, two teeps, and a teep to the thigh. They exchange. No one lands anything flush. Oh, nice jab lands by Cheeto, but a flurry by Pedro. Pedro has to, being the shorter fighter, Pedro has to get busy. You know, he has to look busy. He has to look like he's coming forward. Even if they're taking it, even if Cheeto takes him on the gloves, he has to throw in combinations. Nice left hand by Munoz. Because a taller fighter can stand outside and land the shots or not land the shots, but he's throwing the strikes, and it's easier for him to do that. He can do ones and twos like Cheeto's doing now. But a smaller guy, you have to get inside and get busy so you don't get countered like that. He has to look busy for the judges as well. Oh, oblique kick by Cheeto. Nice right hand lands by Pedro. Answered with a jab by Cheeto, but then Pedro lands a right hand of his own, tries a spinning back kick and misses it. Cheeto once again steps into range and throws a jab. 2 minutes and 28 seconds to go in the second round. It's an interesting fight. I think... Fuck. I just moved. Cheeto's doing a good job, man, of just staying in that range and hitting with a jab. Munoz hits him with a right hand. Nice right hand by Munoz. Outside left leg kick by Munoz. 2 minutes to go in the second round. Oh, inside leg kick by Munoz. That was a flush leg kick. That was a nice one. Oh, nice combination. He went to 1-2 body rip, right high kick did Cheeto. None of them landed flush, but that was a very good combination. Right hand lead, left hook attempt by Pedro Munoz, kind of like a blitz, doesn't land them. Both men in the southpaw stance. Oh, left cross by Munoz. Nice leg kick by Cheeto, answered by Munoz to the lead leg. 1-2 by Munoz. They're exchanging combinations. 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Nothing has landed flush by each man. Man, the way these guys are throwing, they can land. Like if it lands flush on either one of them, like it could go out, it could go down. They're throwing in the pocket at times with a lot of power. Cheeto just ate 2 jabs. 1-2 by Cheeto. That was a good little right hand left hook by Pedro. Pedro with an inside kick. Cheeto with a 1-2. Eats a left hand for his trouble. Both men in the orthodox stance. They exchange in close. 28 seconds to go. Calf kick partially checked. Munoz getting ready to throw again. They exchange a set of jabs. Cheeto wins the exchange but eats a right hand for his trouble. Oblique kick by Cheeto. Swing and a miss with the left hand. Calf kick lands by Pedro. 8 seconds to go. They exchange in tight. Pedro goes looking for a clinch. Pushes Cheeto to the periphery of the octagon. I don't know who won that round. I have no idea who's winning this fight. I'm not judging the fight. I just got no idea. I think the fight is still very much up for grabs. I don't think any one of these guys can say that they're legitimately 100% winning the fight. They might say it. I don't know. And they're free to say it. But I don't think that either one of these guys is like far and away winning the fight. So in all the excitement, I dropped my fucking broke this thing. I don't know what's wrong with me, guys. I'm a bit special, eh? Yeah, it's super close. Heath Perry says, someone please tell me who's winning. Man, Heath, it's like very close fight. They're 2 rounds in. It's a very, very close fight. I wouldn't be able to tell you who's winning. It's very, very close. Very, very, very close. It's a good fight. They're both landing like a lot of leg kicks on each other. It's very like cerebral kind of fight, like they're clever with how they're fighting, but I wouldn't be able to tell you who's winning. It's very, very close. And we're about to start. And we're off. They're both in the center of the octagon. Pedro wins that exchange to get to the center, so to speak. Lands a calf kick, partially checked. It's dead even. Even on the odds, dead even. So both there, like, I don't know who's winning the rounds. You'd have to imagine that it's a round apiece. Like, I can't, like, you'd have to favor someone, I think, to give them both a round. Nice flurry there by Cheeto. Like, for all 3 judges to give both rounds to one guy would be a bit hard. I don't see it. So it's very, very close fight. The right hand lands by Cheeto. Right hand lands by Pedro. Pedro lands a flurry behind it, taken on the arms of Cheeto, and now they're exchanging combinations in the pocket. Very dangerous. With 4 minutes to go. Calf kick by Pedro. Calf kicks and then left hook by Pedro, but answer with a jab by Cheeto. Nice jab by Cheeto down the middle. Nice jab by Cheeto once again. Front kick up the middle by Cheeto. Oh, big left hook over the top by Pedro. Right hand lands by Cheeto, and Pedro feints a takedown, which Cheeto sprawls on. Very interesting from both guys. Again, Cheeto with a jab. Another jab by Cheeto and a calf kick by Pedro. Another jab lands by Pedro. Flush, a 1-2 taken on the arms. Nice right hand lands by Pedro. Jab lands by Cheeto, but a right hand lands across the back of the head kind of thing by Pedro. Big overhand right by Cheeto lands on the gloves of Pedro. Pedro's face a little bit busted up because of that jab earlier in the fight. Could have broken his nose, I think. You can see the bruising much more clearly, though, on Pedro's face. Oh, left body rip by Cheeto. Good work. Another jab lands by Cheeto. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Still very much anybody's fight. Pedro eats a jab and keeps coming forward. Jab, 2 minutes. Nice low kick landed by Pedro. He threw a left hook and then he landed that right low kick. I love that combination. It's a very, very good combination. Nice left hand lands by Cheeto. And Cheeto is able to skirt just outside of the range of Pedro. He's doing a good job of using his ranges, Cheeto, in this fight. Oh, 1-2 landed by Pedro. One minute, 24 seconds to go. See, this is a fight that if it keeps going like this, I don't know who wins this fight. It's a fucking close fight. It can't be a robbery, no matter which way it goes. Like it's not, it's not a robbery. They exchange jabs. Right low kick lands by Pedro. They're very, 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 very close fight with shots landed and everything. It's very, very close. Both of them landing just under 50% of their strikes. Very close fight. You could give it a draw. It's so close. I think a draw would be fair for this fight. Front kick lands by Pedro. Another front kick landed by Pedro. Outside left kick by Cheeto. Cheeto goes looking for a left hand. Both men in the southpaw stance and both men in the orthodox stance. Pedro with a high guard. Comes looking for a 1-2. Does Cheeto. They exchange in the center of the octagon. 9 seconds to go. Anyone's fight still. Anyone's fight. Goes looking for a spinning back kick. Does Cheeto. Tries to catch a low kick. Spinning back kick by Pedro. They both miss. They slap each other in the face. They're shaking hands. They're kissing. They're hugging. I don't know who won that fight. Pure Blood Heretic says, great commentary, by the way, mate. Has anyone mistaken you for Vin Diesel? No one has mistaken me for him. No one has mistaken me for it, I can assure you. That was a very interesting fight. I don't know who won that fight. I have no fucking clue. But I look forward to hearing everyone talk about it being such a robbery. That's the other thing, man. People don't understand. There's a difference between a close fight and a robbery. It's not the same thing. So, yeah, that was a good fight. Close fight. Tough fight. Let's see who we got next coming up on this card. Okay. Now we got Damon Blackshear versus Mauro Bautista. Renwick says, holy hell, I'm glad I'm not a judge. Yeah, no, man. It goes like this: judging and refereeing and then whatever else, but that's the order and jobs that I would hate the most in this field, because the judging, you always get it wrong, and when you get it right, nobody celebrates you. And then everyone's got something to say, and then you get all the podcasters that get on there and they just do it for clout, really, because I can't even believe that they think that a lot of the times. Like, it's a very hard call, So yeah, Marlon Vera took the win, which again, like, fucking close, dude. It was a really close fight. There was not much in it. Well-deserved win. I feel sorry for Munoz. Very, very close. See, I don't know who any of these people are that are the celebrities in the crowd. Like, I have no idea. Like, this guy, of course, I know who he is, but like the rest, I have no fucking clue who they are. Like, none, zero. Like the actors and these two, of course, I know who they are, but yeah, for the most part, I don't know who anyone is. And it's because I realize I'm an old man now, and I have no idea who anyone is that's in vogue, so to speak. Yeah, that was a good fight. I feel sorry for the Weidman fight. That was brutal. Gregor Rodriguez looked good, man. He looked really, 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 really good. And I'd like to see him fight like that a little more, because I know that he has the ground game. Even if he's a perfect example, right, of a guy that even if he doesn't take you to the ground, he's got proper power in his hands, like bombs in his hands. But he needs to use that in conjunction with the ground game that he has, because it's actually really, really high level. So I'd like to see him do that more often. Really threaten with the takedown, really commit to getting the takedowns, and then letting his hands go. That's what happened with him and Chidi Jukani in that fight. And when he beat Chidi, and Chidi's a very good kickboxer. And he did that. He committed to the takedowns, but he also exchanged with Chidi, and he has to fight like that, I think. Whenever he fights, like, commits to like striking with people too much, I don't think it's a good thing for him. Otherwise, I think he could be he could be up there. He could be a contender if he can just control the way he fights a little bit more. I think, he's his own kind of worst enemy. He's a fucking monster, man, a proper monster. And I just want to, since I'm here, I'd just like to see how old he is. I'm pretty sure he's like 30 something, 30, 31, 32. And so you don't have that much more time to where you can drop fights. You know what I mean? Like, how old is he? 31. Yeah. But if he gets a few good wins behind him, gets a little bit of momentum behind him, he can do really, really well. He could do really well. So now it's Damon Blackshear versus Mauricio Bautista. I'm curious. Magny's old as well, so I don't know. I can't see him beating Ian Machado. No way. No fucking way. No way. Sean O'Malley has entered the building. He's walking in cool as you like. SG says damage never looks visible on Cheeto. No, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't. Heath Perry says, what would you tell O'Malley what he has to do to get the job done? I don't need to tell O'Malley anything. He's got good cornermen, and he knows he's a smart guy as well. I think, though, if he can stop, I don't know, this is very simple, but I think if he can stop the takedowns, and by doing that, I think if he can create a situation, see what happens as well with Aljamain, with a lot of his takedowns, he reaches, so if he can push with front kicks and knees up the middle, if he can push Aljamain just outside of that range, but I think Aljamain's going to try and pepper his legs, with kicks as well. But if he can push Aljamain just outside that range and avoid getting taken down, and if he gets taken down, to get back up in those first 2 or 3 rounds, like I said earlier when we did the statistical breakdown, statistically, O'Malley throws more volume with greater accuracy as the fight continues, compared to Sterling. So that's very telling. And I think if he can do that, Aljamain peaks with his volume of striking earlier, like in the second and third rounds. If he can do that and continue that trend, and he stopped Aljamain from taking him down, then this is going to be a big key to victory. I think one of the things that is important for him is to be aware when he's skirting the periphery of the octagon, because that's what Aljamain wants him to do. So if he can hold the center a little bit more and just make Aljamain work a little bit, push Aljamain back a bit, which is also going to take Aljamain's kicks away from him a little bit. It's harder to kick when you're moving backwards. That will help. That will help immensely. So I think they're probably some of the keys for O'Malley. Whether he can do it or not, whether he wants to do it, whether he's got a different plan in mind, I don't know. But holding the center of the octagon a little bit more, throwing kicks up the middle, especially when Aljamain and him are in opposing stances, southpaw to orthodox, seeing that front kick up the middle will start to make him pause coming forward, make him bite on feints when he comes forward to try and get a takedown or something like that. I think that's going to make a big difference. Bautista is walking out now. Let me check something. Okay, so yeah, no, he's a very good grappler. I've seen him before, but I'm just checking something. I want to check his age. He's 30 years old. Okay. He's got a few good wins. We'll see. We'll see how this fight pans out. SG says Bautista is a dark horse. Yeah, man, he is. He's got a good grappling game. He's in there, and he's starting to get to an age where he's, that 30 years old. That around that age is when you start to peak. It's when your physicality and your experience and your physical skills kind of all combine. And he's starting to get that. He's got a few losses earlier on, which I like actually in a fighter, to be honest with you. You learn a lot in your losses. So we'll see how he carries this one over. SG says solid striking in both stances and solid BJJ. Yeah, he wrestled as a kid as well. SG says like a more complete version of O'Malley. How dare you, sir? B. Johnson says, too bad we couldn't see Garbrandt fight tonight. Bodybuilding News says, other than Aljo being a legit athlete, because Cejudo is such a different in size, that fight doesn't give a lot of indications for this one. He took down an Olympic gold medalist who is 5'4". Yeah, very different in the size of O'Malley and Cejudo, if that's what you mean. But in the Garbrandt fight, he took Sandhagen. In the Sandhagen fight, who's got much more similar body type to O'Malley, he had no trouble with him. You know what I mean? So that's very indicative of that as well. Like I think you can kind of combine both those two things, because like Olympic gold medal wrestler is no fucking joke. That's very, very high level. So yeah, let's see. And like I said, like you never know when that age thing just goes boom and people just they're just not the same anymore. You don't know if it'll be this fight, if it'll be in 2 fights. You don't know. SG says I honestly think he would have destroyed Garbrandt had he not pulled out. Yeah, I think Garbrandt has had his best fights behind him. Winning Olympic gold at 5'4" is still insane. Yeah, but you got to understand it's in wrestling. You know what I mean? And so wrestling has a lot of different variables for different types of body types, and the way that Henry moves is really, really good. So and I mean he would have done that. At a flyweight, not at heavyweight or something like that. That would have been impressive. So yeah, that's a big one. I don't think it's as big of a disadvantage being shorter for wrestling. B. Johnson said it's sad when that chin goes, how fast things go south. Yeah, the problem is, Ben, it's not so much your chin, I think. This is my opinion on it. Just your neural system just starts to slow down just that tiny bit, your reflexes and all of that. So you're just not getting out of the way of the shots. You're not seeing them as quickly. Everything else looks the same, which is the same deal. You're still getting chinned, but that's what people don't realize. Like the guys look the same. They even look good, but instead of getting out of a shot, instead of moving an inch, now they're just like they read it wrong and they're moving half an inch. You know what I mean? And so they're getting caught. And it's very imperceptible. You don't see it. People start to slow down. They start to training becomes more of a chore, more laborious. It's harder. You're more sore. These things happen. People don't understand it. SG says, supposedly Crawford's earlier wrestling days helped develop his balance and stance, which helped him in boxing. I think wrestling, gymnastics, those sort of things absolutely would help you in any sport as far as balance, strength. Any of those sports would be fantastic. That's why I put my kids in it. I don't care if my daughter is the world fucking champion gymnast or grappler. She does both. She does jiu-jitsu and gymnastics. And so later on, in whatever sport she wants to do, that's only going to have helped develop her physical strength. All my kids are going to do it. I've got 2 girls and a boy. They're just going to do those sports. Obviously, they swim and that, but they have to do that. Let's go. Time in. We're off. Yeah, they have to do that because I think it's so fundamental to building blocks, to your athletic building blocks, and then you can go do whatever sport you want when you're 13, 14, if you've done jiu-jitsu and gymnastics and swimming from age and a ball sport. But you'll play ball sports anyways with your friends. But if you do gymnastics, some sort of grappling and swimming, when you turn 12, 13, you do whatever sport you want. Because your motor pathways have been built. So now both men are in the orthodox stance. Oh, Bautista hits with a huge right hand. 4:21 seconds to go in that first round. Blackshear goes looking for a right low kick. Oh, these guys are exchanging with firepower, man, in this bantamweight division. Blackshear goes looking for a takedown, but Bautista holds a whizzer. What great job by both guys. I'm impressed. I am impressed. SG says BJJ excellent as a sport and for discipline. I think any martial arts, I think like judo, wrestling, Brazilian jiu-jitsu in particular, they're really good because they grapple, so you can go hard as you want. And so you learn like the physical component of actual self-defense, and it's something that's applicable. And then, the discipline of any of those sports is great. So, I recommend any grappling art for a kid. Blackshear gets the takedown. Oh, and Bautista elevates him and gets his full guard back. He's controlling the posture is Bautista, but Blackshear's not doing a great effort of trying to get his posture up either, which is not necessarily a bad thing because he's getting the takedown and he's able to. Oh, he's got really swing. Is he swinging for an omoplata? I can't see from the other side. It looks like he might be. He's out though. Blackshear is out, and Bautista is working his way to get up. He's like a little gymnast, man. He's up on one hand. He's up on his one hand. That's what he should be doing. And he's up onto his feet. He's very, very good, this guy, man. This Bautista guy. Very hard to hold down. Very, very hard to hold down. And he's a legitimate threat off his back. Blackshear's a bit of a monster himself, Blackshear. Oh, left elbow lands by Bautista. Blackshear looking to land a jab and a lead hook. Lands a nice little uppercut in the clinch. Bautista has him in the clinch himself. Is landing a pair of elbows. Blackshear answers with one of his own. I like to see Blackshear as a taller guy in the clinch throw some knees. Ooh, nice right kick to the body by Blackshear. Bautista takes an inside leg kick from the southpaw stance. Bautista's in southpaw now. Blackshear goes looking for a right high kick, and Bautista looks for a left hand of his own in counter. Now he switches his stances, does Bautista. 1 minute and 38 seconds to go in this round. Blackshear, good combinations. Blackshear deep on a double leg, taken the back, no hooks, but Bautista gets himself to the cage, and Warwalk's standing up. They're up now, and they're controlling the hands. Is Blackshear takes him down, but he's high now. He's trying to take his back. Blackshear's back's against the cage, but the elevation here by Bautista is stopping Blackshear from getting the position that he requires. Whenever you're up against the wall like that, whenever you're against the cage, and it's elevation. Like whenever somebody's trying to take your back and they're behind you, you got to elevate. Whoever's higher is going to win. Blackshear has his hands locked at Bautista's waist, but Bautista's doing a great job of sprawling and controlling the hips of Blackshear to stop him being able to get the takedown. Even if he gets the takedown, which he just has. Oh, he's in a deep guillotine. He's in a deep guillotine. There's 36 seconds to go. It looks pretty deep. He's closed the guard. Bautista's closed the guard. There's 28 seconds to go. It's pretty deep. He's leaning the right way, is Blackshear. He wants to get that right shoulder down. He pops out. Great job by Blackshear. But this is costing him a lot of energy to fight like this as well, you know. Whether he's going to be able to fight for 3 rounds like this, because he hasn't been able to solidify the positions against Bautista. Oh, lands a big elbow. He goes looking for another elbow. 7 seconds to go. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wrap. That's the end of round 1. The thing I was going to say about this, the way that Blackshear is fighting, I don't know that he'll be able to fight like this for 3 rounds because it's a lot of energy. He's working really, really hard to get the takedown and to hold him down. I think it's very, very difficult. It's consuming a lot of energy, you know, so it's very, very hard. I don't know that he'll be able to keep fighting like this. Beetlejuice says, I'm back, Fab. I'm at Gumnut Patisserie in Barrel having a feed and watching your stream. Thank you very much, man. Thanks. Thank you so much for watching, man. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your support as always. Pure Blood Heretic says, B. Johnson, yeah, Tony Ferguson is another example how quickly Father Tom can overtake you. Cheers. Beetlejuice says, I missed the Weidman fight. Able to give a brief wrap of what happened? Beetlejuice, thank you. Long story short, Weidman gave a good account of himself. He came willing to fight, and he showed that he can be competitive with some of those guys, I think, in the top 15 to 25. But Brad kicked the shit out of his legs for 15 minutes, and Weidman's going to be very, very, very sore tomorrow. That's my take. Please, guys, tell me if you think different. I don't know. Okay, we're off, guys. We're off. Nice low kick by Blackshear. Blackshear eats a right hand. Oh, Bautista coming forward with big combinations with bad intentions. Both men in the orthodox stance. Goes looking for a scissor knee, does Bautista as he continues to come forward. He's got to make Blackshear work. I think he's realized this as well. And he keeps coming forward with these flurries and just making him work, not letting him relax, you know, because Blackshear's whole thing is trying to get him down. They're swinging these elbows, and Bautista does a great job of getting up. Nice work. In on a single leg himself is Bautista. I think he's going to get this. If he can pull that leg in a little bit, he's got a double. I think his hands are locked. He's got to get his head out to the side because he's getting, like, the way that his head was in there, and Blackshear was pushing his hips into the back of his head. He wasn't going to get it out. He wasn't going to finish a takedown. Nice little elbow in the clinch by Bautista, and then Blackshear answering with a few of his own. He's got to keep making Blackshear work. Blackshear expended a lot of energy in that first round. Just jabbing him will go a long way to just not letting him rest. Another nice low kick by Bautista. Bautista changing the level, goes for a takedown of his own, double underhooks by Blackshear. Blackshear pushes him up against the cage. Nice job. Blackshear's controlling here like this, it's not as bad. Here, if Bautista lets Blackshear hold him up against the cage, Blackshear can rest. But Bautista's smart, man. He's very smart. He's got good fight IQ. He's doing a good job of not letting him rest at all in any positions. Nice left high kick attempt by Bautista. He's coming forward and not letting him rest. I think the Blackshear won the first round from memory. Again, I'm not judging this fight. I'm just commentating on it. But it does look like Blackshear has slowed down incredibly. 2 minutes and 38 seconds left to go. They trade body shots, and Bautista's pushing Blackshear up against the cage. Good, well done. Big double leg by Bautista. He's not going to be able to finish the double leg, but he's making Blackshear work. It is a close fight, but I do think that Blackshear has slowed down a lot. I think Bautista needs to steal this round, and I do believe that he'll win the third if it continues like this, because Blackshear has slowed down. He slowed down a lot. Very good job of Bautista. If you notice what he did there, he walked into the center of the octagon because Blackshear made no attempt to cut off the octagon on him. He kind of just followed him. Nice 1-1-2 by Bautista. Blackshear has slowed down a lot. Bautista has slowed down a lot. Not Bautista, Blackshear has slowed down a lot. They're exchanging. Blackshear's back's against the wall, literally, and possibly figuratively as well. Oh, nice double leg attempt by Blackshear in deep here, but yes, he couldn't hold him down. I was going to say, if Bautista can get up, I think that's going to be very hard for Blackshear. Blackshear put a big effort into that double leg. It's one of the worst things that can happen. You shoot a double leg, you can't finish it in MMA, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Not a lot of trouble like that. I just mean like it just takes a lot of your gas. Nice right hand by Bautista. Oh, 1-2 by Blackshear. 48 seconds to go. Right hand by Bautista. Oh, goes looking for a knee. Does Blackshear, but Blackshear has slowed down, man. Blackshear has really slowed down. Let's see what he's able to do in these last 30 seconds, Bautista. They're fighting in the clinch. Oh, nice knee to the body by Bautista and a single leg by Bautista. With 20 seconds to go, he wasn't able to finish a single leg, but he was able to push Blackshear against the wall. There's 10 seconds to go. Nice elbow over the top and a right hand. And once again, he pushes for that single leg, throws a right elbow over the top, followed by a left hook. And that is the wrap for that round. Nice work. I think it could be a round apiece. But with the momentum on Bautista's side, because I do see Blackshear slowing down. So this is getting interesting. They're pushing a really tough pace, man. Really tough pace. And then after this, we have Neil Magny versus Ian Machado. I think the key for victory here for Bautista is to put the pressure on Blackshear. I think Blackshear hasn't been able to really hold him down and control him. But that does look good to the judges when you're coming forward. But now he's slowed down. He has definitely slowed down. And Bautista takes the center of the octagon and is starting to walk him down behind. That was a nice 1-2. Lands a big right hand. Right low kick lands by Blackshear. But a deep kick lands by Bautista. Bautista another leg kick. And Luca's looking for a high kick. Nice low kick lands by Blackshear. He goes looking for it again. Eats a jab. Oh, 1-2 by Blackshear. Oh, hey, a 2 by Bautista. Nice 2 by Bautista. Gets out of the way. Oh, nice shots. They exchange. They exchange pretty hard in there, but a left rip by Bautista to the body. That will definitely have gotten Blackshear's attention. Right hand over the top by Bautista. There's a flurry, but no man lands after that. 1-2 landed by Bautista. Gets out and covers up. Lots of jabs being thrown by Blackshear, but none of which are landing. Bautista slips to the inside. To the outside rather of the jab and just narrowly misses a right hand and pushes Blackshear up against the wall with a double leg and shoots in again. Blackshear's doing a good job of defending. But Bautista just keeps pushing him forward and having his way that way. Double underhooks by Blackshear. Nice elbows up the middle knees up the middle by Bautista. Another knee up the middle by Bautista. They exchange elbows and right hands. Another short elbow by Bautista. Hammer fists to the body by Bautista. Oh, nice little combination by Blackshear. They exchange big in on a deep double is Bautista, pushes him up against the wall, puts Blackshear on his back. Blackshear's already working to get up. He's posting, but Bautista's hunting the back. He's riding the back of Blackshear. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go now. He's taken the back. He's got the far hook in. This is a great job done. He's got a hip lock on there with his legs. I don't see Blackshear having the gas tank to get up. There's 2 minutes and 24 seconds to go. And this hip hold is very hard to get out of if you're not very versed in this particular position, in the jiu-jitsu position. So I think Bautista's going to work a little bit from here, but he's going to more than anything just hold him there because he's going to win the round and the fight with this position. That was a job well done. Now Blackshear gets to his knees, but Bautista's continuing to ride him. Now he's got a wrist right on the far wrist. Fantastic job. Is going to make it very hard to get up for Blackshear, and he wrestles him back down to the mats. Knees him to the body, and once he's continuing to wrist ride the far wrist, which makes it so difficult to get up. You have to clear that wrist before you can do anything. Again with the hip hold there, with the hip lock, and he's holding him down again. He's looking for a rear naked choke, but I don't think that that's the major issue here for him. He's happy holding him here, I believe. He's looking to set up a head arm choke, quite possibly here, or an attempt, because I don't think he's going to give up this position at all. You know, I don't think he wants to give up this position to attempt a submission at this crucial part of the game. You know, he's got all the chips up for him here. Nice work. Bautista's riding the back. He's looking for the hooks in. Blackshear manages to get up, but Bautista's holding on for dear life. 43 seconds to go in this round. That was great control time by Bautista, and it would have taken a huge amount of energy for Blackshear to get up. And with 36 seconds to go, quite frankly, it might have dropped him with the right hand, did Blackshear, but I don't think so. Arm drag out by Bautista. Blackshear still deep in on this double leg, pushes Bautista up against the cage. I think this will be a wrap for Blackshear's gas tank. Oh, what a nice takedown by Bautista. He's in full guard of Blackshear. He's doing some ground and pound. There's 10 seconds to go in this round. This is going to be Bautista's fight. He won this, I believe, at least 2 rounds to 1, if not all 3 rounds. I'm not sure. Again, like I said, I'm not judging the fights. I'm just doing the commentary. Good for him. What a good fight. He's a very good fighter, this guy, in the bantamweight division. Someone to watch. Coach says, how do you think a fight between Demetrius Johnson and Aljo would go? I think that Aljo would beat him handedly, to be honest with you. I just think that if you watch the fight with Dominic Cruz and Demetrius Johnson, it's the fucking big difference, man. That's a big difference. Demetrius Johnson's not even big for a flyweight. Do you know what I mean? He's small. I've met him in real life as well, and he's like tiny. Like he's like a tiny guy. So, like I said, he's not even big for a flyweight. So to fight a bantamweight, it'll be hard, man. It'll be very, very hard. And to fight a bantamweight against a guy that like is physically imposing and able to impose his physicality, it's hard because you can't use the common opponent at different weights as well. Like you can, but it's at different weights, you know? It's at a different weight. I think that Aljamain would just dwarf him. You know what I mean? He'd just dwarf him, and he would get Demetrius down as well, you know, and maybe not even finish him, but I definitely think he'd ride him. Like he'd ride him for the thing, like say in 5 in a 5 round fight, I can't see Aljamain not winning 3 rounds. I don't think I'd see him at least winning 3 rounds. I'd see him big brothering him. Renwick says, Bautista, I think, but respect to Blackshear for taking this on less than a week's notice. No, absolutely. Absolutely. He did a great job, a fantastic job. He was impressive as well. Yeah, I don't see I don't see Demetrius Johnson beating Aljamain Sterling. The same way I don't see Aljamain Sterling beating Volkanovski. There's just there gets to a point where there's a difference in size level. You know what I mean? There's just, you can't really apply it. Like, could Demetrius Johnson beat middle of the pack or even like some of the better bantamweights? Yeah. Probably not Aljamain. Could he make a fight of it? Yeah, 100%. But I think it'll be just one of those situations where, like I said, out of the 5 rounds, dude will win 3. Aljamain will win 3. I don't really see Demetrius Johnson maybe catching. I think Demetrius Johnson is tidier with his stand-up. Renwick says, I would love to see Alja and Volk grapple though. Yeah, a grappling match would be different. Aljamain might win that one, maybe, but not a fucking fight, not a fight. I don't think so. I'll be back because I'm just going to go get water. I think this is going to be a tough ask for Neil Magny, though. A very, very tough ask. Now, let me see. Yeah, it's going to be 36 years old, and I believe Ian Gary is 25 or something like that. Yeah, 25. It's a very big ask. It's a very, very big ask. And how good Ian Gary is. He's good. You know what I mean? So that's going to be very difficult. This is a hard fight for Neil Magny. I don't see him beating. I don't see him beating him. 10 years different, 11 years difference in fighting, and the guy's coming up, and like he's coming up with momentum, and he's like, yeah. But having said that, Magny's long. He hits reasonably hard. He's got good awareness. He knows how to grapple. He might catch him with something, but as in like odds of him beating him are not good. Now Ian Gary's walking out already, but just, man, it's a young man's sport. You can't really beat that. You can't go. 36 years old is 36 years old, no matter which way you look at it. Number 13 in the rankings is Ian Gary, apparently. He's a big guy too, you know what I mean? He's like tall and lanky, and he's got good boxing and grappling of his own. Been a boxer for a long time and did judo as well, so going to be very interesting. I think more like his rise through the ranks are going to be interesting, but I'd like to see him fight like someone, I don't know, I would like to see him fight, because I think he said if he wins, he wants to fight Wonderboy, and I'd just like to see him fight someone under 30. You know what I mean? Like, he's fighting a lot of guys. Like, Daniel Rodriguez is 36. Song Kanan is 33. 33 is, acceptable. Gabriel Green is 30. I'd like to see him fight Shavkat. I think that'd be. I don't think they'll make that fight, but that's who I'd like to. Fab, personally, would like to see him fight Shavkat. That would be a good fight. Shavkat Rakhmonov versus him would be an interesting fight, and that's one that I'd be glued to the seat to see him fight. That's a fight that I want to see. This one, like these fights like this, not so much. It doesn't really massively interest me to watch a young up-and-coming guy that's 25 fight a 36-year-old. He fought a 36-year-old in Daniel Rodriguez, who I'm a big fan of, but he fought him like I've seen enough of that. Like, I want to see him fight Shavkat. That's who I want to see him fight. And I know that I'm probably pushing him a little bit, but I want to see him fight Shavkat. Hope I've made myself clear. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Not Wonderboy, like I'm not. Wonderboy's 40. Joseph says, sorry, coach, I missed that. You want Shavkat to fight Wonderboy? No, I want to see Ian Gary versus Shavkat. That's the fight I want to see. That's just me. You know what I mean? That's the fight I want to see. I'll be back in 1 second, people. Yeah, I want to see Shavkat versus Ian Gary. Like, I think Shavkat's number 6 or number 7, and this guy's number 13 now. And so if he wins, he called out Wonderboy. But I feel like I'd rather see you fight. His number 11 is Magny, so I'd rather see you fight like a young up and comer guy rather than that's enough of you fighting the elder statesmen of the division. Let me see you fight. Let's see that fight. That's a fucking cracker fight. Give me a second. Oh, Joseph wrote the same thing that I was thinking. Oh, great timing. We're about to start, guys. We are off. Both men in the orthodox stance. Magny in the center. Fuck, it's dropped by a massive low kick by Gary. Gary stands back up. That was a massive low kick. Good feint by Gary. Both in the orthodox stance. 431. And no, drops him again with a calf kick, with a low kick. I don't think it's a good sign to get dropped twice with leg kicks in the first 30 seconds. Goes looking for a front kick up the middle, does Gary. Gary with a left kick to the body. Magny paused with a couple of jabs. Big jab by Gary. Gary setting up that low kick again. Magny bites on the feints. One, two by Gary. Just misses again with a calf kick to Magny. They're in the clinch now. Magny goes looking for a knee. Gary gets out of the clinch, steps out, skirts the peripheries of the octagon. Ooh, goes looking for a left high kick. Does Gary. Big leg kick to Magny. Oblique kick to Magny. Making Magny bite on the feints. Another leg kick lands. Magny goes looking to switch his stance, and Magny with a leg kick of his own to Gary. Then he goes looking up high for a kick and a front kick down the middle. They exchange a little bit. Magny's starting to control. He's kind of holding the center of the octagon a little bit more now. It's a massive calf kick, switches to orthodox. Throws the slowest kick I've ever seen in my life. That was such a slow kick. Both guys clinching against the cage with Gary with holding the center. Gary's just leaning up against Magny. He's just got a really deep left underhook on Magny. Magny's not able to get free. Goes looking for a trip on Gary. Gary gets his bum back. Makes it very hard for Magny to trip him. Magny he could set up a step back if he likes. He's got a body lock on him. He could set up a step back, but he doesn't. He chooses to go down into half guard. And Gary's just standing outside of the guard, trying to throw some strikes. But Magny, Ian Gary looks like he wants no part of Magny on the ground. There's 1 minute, 35 seconds to go. Oh, 1-2 by Gary. That was a big one. Ian Gary in the center of the octagon. Neil Magny skirting the peripheries. Oblique kick by Ian Gary. Ian Gary again making Magny move on the bite on the feint. Fuck, drops him again with a low kick. Ian Gary tells him to stand up as Neil Magny's butt scoots towards him at an accelerated and alarming speed. 1-2 and a low kick by Neil Magny. Front kick up the middle by Ian Gary. Magny chases him across the octagon. Oh, nice low kick by Ian Gary once again. Jab to the body by Ian Gary. Big left kick to the body by Ian Gary. Ian Gary gets caught up in the clinch. Ian Gary seems like he really has the floor is lava kind of situation going where even when Neil Magny's on his back, he wants nothing to do with it. There's 57 seconds to go. Renwick says, I think shove cut will drown him, but it would be interesting to see where Ian really is. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no doubt the guy's talented. He's a young, talented guy. There's no doubt about this. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not hating on him. I would just like to see, and I mean, they should bring him along slowly. He's 25 years old. I'm not talking about managing his career. I'm just saying about what I'd like to see. And what I'd like to, I think what they're doing is great, whatever. And it's not the point. I would just like to see him against Shovkat, who's a young up and coming guy like him, and to give you that's a fight I want to see. Having seen this though, I don't know. I mean, he's obviously having his way with Magny. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know. I'd like to see him on the ground. That'd give me more of an indication against someone like Magny where he sits. Obviously he's all over Magny. You know what I mean? Magny's biting on his feints. Magny's landing a few jabs of his own there on Gary. But Ian Gary's Magny's biting huge on the feints. Oh, right high kick, swing and a miss by Ian Gary, checks the low kick of Magny. Magny doubles up on a jab. Ooh, left kick smashes the forearms of Magny. Ian Gary moves to the center of the octagon. Like, he's definitely winning this fight, and it looks like he's only ever one punch away from knocking Neil Magny out. But as the fight progresses as well, Magny's kind of doing better than what I thought he would do. Now his leg's fucked. Magny's leg's fucked. And Ian Gary goes looking for a kick up the middle. Magny can't take too many more of these low kicks, man. Front kick down the middle by Magny. Oh, another slow kick. Oh shit! Magny's leg's fucked. He can't step on it. Another low kick from Ian Gary, and that'll be the wrap, I think. Oh, he gets in deep. Magny does. Ian Gary's defending. He's doing a great job of defending the takedown. He's doing a very, very good job of defending the takedown, is Ian Gary. Magny's got him in a clinch up against the wall. I don't think he's going to get the takedown. Ian Gary looks like he's in too good positional awareness to be taken down here. But Magny has taken his back, but hasn't got the hooks in or anything. He's just behind him. Ian Gary's doing the right thing, fighting the hands, but now Neil Magny is looking for a wrist right on the far side, which he has. Ian Gary tries to run off, but Neil Magny gets him around the waist. He still has him around the waist. Looking for a variation on the broomstick sweep is Neil Magny, and Ian Gary's doing everything he can to not get taken down, which he should. He's doing a good job of, how he's facing he's facing away from the center of the octagon, so his bum's to the center. That allows you to lean into the cage, and it makes your center of gravity wider. So it's a good move by Ian Gary. Ian Gary has now reversed that position, and he's pushing Neil Magny up against the cage. But Neil Magny has him in a modified tie clinch. And he's looking once again to get that little combination to the body there by Ian Gary. 2 minutes to go in this round. Ian Gary's trying to get away from Neil Magny, but again, Neil Magny is just sticking to him like super glue, which is what he needs to do, because otherwise he can't take too many more kicks. His mouth guard goes flying out. He puts it back in, and they're off. Front kick up the middle by Neil Magny. Oblique kick by Ian Gary. And the kick to the leg of Neil Magny. Neil Magny, he can't stand up. Oh, and another one. And another big combinations by Ian Gary. Fuck me. Oh. Flying scissor knee by Ian Gary. Neil Magny's taking these shots, goes looking for a Superman punch off the cage for Ian Gary. Oh, another leg kick landed by Ian. Ian looking again with another. Oh, another leg kick. Fucking hell, Magny. 1 minute to go. Ian Gary's landing the shots. He's really hurting Magny. He's really, really hurting him. A massive leg kicks and whatnot. Massive leg kicks. And he's making him bite on all the feints too, 32 seconds to go in the second round. Oh, fuck. These leg kicks are so brutal. Magny's doing a good job of covering up. I'll give him that. 18 seconds to go. I was looking, swing and a miss by Ian Gary, and that's the round. And he sticks his finger up at Neil Magny. I don't know what the animosity is from Ian Gary towards Neil Magny, and it seems like kind of silly, it's an obvious mismatch. You know what I mean? Like it was from the start. Like I don't know what the odds were on this fight, but it would have been huge. It's just like a real weird, like kind of animosity to have, like it's not, and Magny's not really that type of dude. So I don't know where the animosity is coming from. It's weird to me. It's not like, yeah. I would like to see, like, that's why I say I'd like to see him fight like a Shavkat or young up and coming guy. Looking at this though, at this stage in his career, the way he's just kind of getting held, even with Magny, he's kind of held up against the cage and that. I don't like his chances against a Shavkat or someone like that. I wouldn't favor him against Shavkat. Left high kick and a jab. Nice jab to the body by Ian Gary. Well, he drops, just kind of gives Magny a stiff push and drops Magny. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Like Neil Magny back in the day was no joke, dude. Like he beat Hector Lombard, who's a fucking monster. He almost got killed in that first round. He's very, very durable. Against Hector, I was there live. I was ringside for that fight, and I thought Hector killed him in that fight, in that first round. So he's very durable. He knows how to survive in the fight, and he's a big boy for the division. Man, the shots that he's taking to the legs are insane. He's doing a good job of covering up and not getting finished, but Jesus, stop with the leg kicks, man. Stop it. And Ian Gary, it's just like the taunting and the stuff from Ian Gary. I find it real weird. Like when you're fighting a guy that you should beat, like it's not like you're 11 years younger than him. It's just, I don't know. It's not even showboating. It's like this weird thing that he's doing. I don't really understand it. It's like an unnecessary kind of like, I don't know, weird thing. And he should be, yeah, I don't know. It's not, honestly, I'm not that impressed with the performance. I thought I would have expected more. Like I thought Ian was going to put him away. You know what I mean? And at the start of this, I said I'd like to see him fight Shavkat because that's where thing. But I don't know now, like if he can handle Shavkat's grappling, or even his striking. Because Ian looks good, man. Don't get me wrong. Ian looks good, and they're bringing him along well. But yeah, I found it a bit of an underwhelming performance, to be honest with you. Like, he won it. He won the fight clearly and outclassed him. But I don't see this and go, wow, this guy's a contender in this division like this. Like, not right now. Like, but again, like if he maybe spends the next couple of years fighting older guys, then I think he'll be sweet. Like, I think he'll be able to develop other skills, is what I mean. Like, not he's just gonna, because here I see like he wants, yeah, I don't know. He just keeps butchering that lead leg of Magny with oblique kicks and calf kicks, and then kind of punching short. Lands a massive oblique kick on Magny, and now he's taunting him to stand up, and yeah. He's landing big combinations on Magny's forearms. And Magny clinches with him. Now Ian's trying to take Magny down. And he's landing some ground and pound on Magny with 43 seconds to go. "19 seconds to go. Magny regains a half guard. I'm not like, yeah, Magny is doing well in the grappling exchanges still. You know what I mean? Ian Gary's looking for a submission, and he sticks his finger up in his face like, I don't know, man. That was fucking so dumb, man, from like Ian Gary. It looked so fucking stupid. Like, you're fighting a guy that's 11 years older than you. That obviously they put you there for you to beat. You clobbered him, and I don't know. It just seemed so fucking dumb. Anyways, like, you should have beat that guy. You know what I mean? You should have knocked him out. Renwick says they'll let him level up beating old man. Yeah, I mean, like, this fight to me, it did nothing. Like, Neil Magny, no disrespect, I'm just going to say it how I see it, man. Like, Neil Magny went in there, like, he would have gone in there to win. The UFC put him there as a punching bag, basically. And this guy did, you know, he got on the mic and did all the things and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, he beat a guy he should have beat, but couldn't put him away. And he had all the time in the world to put him away. Like, there's no, I don't know. Ian Gary fight, how did it go? Like, I'm just finished saying then, Hassan. Ian Gary basically used Neil Magny as a punching bag and then just stuck his finger up at him and taunted him, and just it was underwhelming fight from Ian Gary, in my opinion. You know, just like the way he fought, and that was just, I don't know. I was interested. I said it before. I was more interested in seeing Ian Gary fight Shavkat, but now that I've seen Ian Gary fight like this, like, I don't see him being able to fight a Shavkat or someone like that. And I understand now why he's called Wonder Boy out. If he said if he wins this fight, he wanted Wonder Boy. So I don't know. Like, I'd like to see him fight Shavkat, to be honest with you. Like, if you're going to carry on the way he did against Neil Magny, like, you're bashing this guy, right? And you're carrying on like that, taunting him and that. And then you're going to fight. I don't know who's going to call out because I can't hear it. But then you're going to call out another 40-year-old guy. Fucking call out Shavkat, and let's see you do that to Shavkat. If he does what he did, if he if he does that to Shavkat, that will be impressive, you know. But if you're beating the fuck out of a guy that's 11 years older than you, like, and that's what you're doing, like, that's weird to me. That's just like a weird fucking fight that was. And you're fighting a guy in Neil Magny, who's not, he's won some, he's lost some, he's good. It was a good win, but it was just weird. I thought Ian Gary was going to smash him, to be honest with you. I just thought he did, he completely dismantled him. But I knew he was going to smash him. I think everyone knew. Joseph says, I'm not surprised if Ian Gary calls out Matt Hughes. He should call out Tank Abbott or someone like that, like someone from way, way, way back in the day, or Oleg Taktarov. Yeah, that's who he should call out, Oleg Taktarov. I don't understand that, carrying on with Neil after the fight. It was just weird. It was just a weird thing. It wasn't like it was a close fight. It wasn't like you say to me, fuck, Israel and Alex, irrespective of what you think of their performances or whatever, what you think of them as individuals. But these are two guys that are at the fucking, the animosity is real because this is a real fight. Dude, you're expected to win. You know what I mean? You were expected to fucking win. You're not, it wasn't a thing. Joseph says, I can't wait for Ian Gary versus Josh Koscheck. There's another one. That'd be a really good fight, man. It's just John Fitch versus Ian Gary. These are the fights we should be making, No, he's definitely very good, man. He's definitely very good. Oh, Mickey Ward. That might be his next opponent. Mickey Ward or Jan Zhang. There's all of Ian Gary's next opponents. Yeah, I just think he looked really good, All I'm saying is just imagine the lead up to that fight, coach, 1 million buys easy. Yeah, look, yes, Joseph, I agree. No, I think that he looked really good, as in against Neil Magny. I think you were expected to beat him. It wasn't a fucking surprise. It wasn't. No one was sitting there on the edge of their seats going, fuck, this is going to be da, 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 da. No one. For example, if Sean O'Malley is hurting Aljamain and he's taunting him and he wins, but there isn't even legit bad blood between them. But if he does that, I understand, this is for the belt, this is for the fucking thing, blah, 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 blah. That thing that I saw there was just the most dumbest fucking thing where you're beating someone senseless that you should have beaten and you should have knocked him out, to be honest with you, But it is what it is. He's a great fighter, don't get me wrong. And I think he's a young guy. Yeah. Rapachi says he was a late replacement, dude. What do you mean? Do you know what I mean? What's that supposed to mean? He was a late replacement. Because did anyone think that Neil Magny was going to beat Ian Gary? Is that I didn't think that. Nobody thought that, So it was just a weird fucking thing. What I'm talking about is not his performance as a fighter. I'm talking about just the way he carried on with just sticking his finger up at Magny, just acting like a fucking clown when you're fighting a guy you should have beat. So it's not that impressive. That's my point with it. Joseph says Ian Gary versus Carlos Newton at UFC 300. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think Ian Gary's a fantastic fighter. That's why I was just thinking, why are you acting like that? I didn't think Neil Magny was gonna beat him. I don't think anybody would be shocked that Ian Gary won. I think Ian Gary should beat him. And I think as far as his actual performance and his striking, I think was good. I think his fighting was good. I don't think that. I just don't understand. That's what I'm saying to you. I don't understand that level of animosity towards a guy that shouldn't be on your level. It's like me getting fucking angry and beating the shit out of a shopkeeper or something. It's weird. The guy, and then boasting about it. It's fucking weird. You look like completely different fighters from the start. That guy, Neil Magny's not on Ian Gary's level anymore. This is not. Fuck, it was a free money really for Ian Gary, you know? So good for him. I just don't get it sometimes. I just truly don't. And like I said, I want to see him fight Shavkat. I don't want to see him fight Wonderboy or I think I want to see him fight like up and coming young guy. I want to see where he's at, you know, as a fan. As a promoter, if I was promoting him, I would get him to fight Wonderboy for sure. You know, that's definitely the fight to make from his career perspective, I think, yeah. But they're different things. Fuck, this chick throws like nothing else, man. She throws hard, man. In the women's division, if you got power and you hit hard, that's a big fucking advantage. Wow. Now we're about to see the women's fight for the belt. And this girl hits hard too, man, the Chinese girl. You know what's funny? My whole family, other than me, are Chinese. Everyone in this house is Chinese except me. My 3 kids, my wife, my father-in-law who's staying with us. Bodybuilding News says the fight we've all been waiting for. Yes. The fight we need but don't necessarily deserve. Bodybuilding says, I like the Chinese girl though. Yeah, man, me too. I'm going for the Chinese girl. Like I said, I'm basically Chinese. Oh, my whole family is Chinese in this house. I've got to root for Zhang then. Yeah, well, fuck, man. I feel Chinese. You know, like, this is a funny thing. I'll wake up in the morning, right? If I don't have to leave the house, I don't see one person that's not Asian. Like, it's not like they look more like Central Asian people. Like, really, look more like Shavkat, that like those kind of people. But just from the region that they're from Inner Mongolia. My wife and her family. So it's like the start of the Eurasian steppe. But yeah, so I just walk around for my whole day thinking I'm Asian. Who's Iggy? Oh man, Izzy. Well, now because of that, I go for Izzy all the time now. You know, because I feel that connection. Let's see. Yes, send positive vibes for Wei Li. Yes. No, I like her, man. I like her. She's good, man. We'll see what happens here. I think yeah, sorry as well. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Ian Gary. I don't want to come across like that because I'm not a hater at all. I was like I didn't even think it was that big of a deal, if that makes sense. Like I just thought, yeah, like you're gonna win this fight, dude. Look, good for you. So both these girls are 34 and 36, which is older for women, man. It's older for women, especially in the strawweight division. But the divisions aren't that deep, you know. So this is different, you know, a little bit different. So Zhang Wei Li she's got 3 losses. One to Mang Bo, which I don't know who Mang Bo is. And then she's got 2 losses to Rose Namajunas back to back. One a split decision, the other one was a KO head kick. So she's fucking good. And then she beat Joanna and she beat Carla Esparza. And yeah. She got She got 2 wins and 2 losses by KO in kickboxing. And then the other lady that we have here is Amanda Lemos. And her last loss was a submission by arm triangle choke to Jessica Andrade. She's also lost to Leslie Smith by TKO punches, but that was back in July 2017. And she's got a draw to Cantuaria, who I do not know. But it was she retained the women's Jungle Fight Bantamweight Championship. And Jungle Fight's a pretty big promotion in South America. It's not like as big as like UFC or anything like that, but it's still pretty big. Then her other wins were to Michelle Waterson and Marina Rodriguez. So let's see. Kane says the beef with Magny from Ian's side is childish. Magny said he was going to beat Ian like a father beats his kid, and Ian turned it into some weird child beating thing. Must be the generation he's from. Yeah, man. Like if that kind of shit's fucking weird, dude. Like it's just like you know what saddens me about that? Because people do that, and I think like, and you see afterwards, like you can't live your life like that. You know what I mean? It's such a weird fucking thing to be like. Kane goes trying to be like McGregor. No, but even McGregor didn't have that, like, how could I say that? It was different, man. Like he was just different about it, you know. Not that he was like a better guy or whatever, but he just had a more natural charisma for it. I think McGregor, you know, he is charismatic if nothing else. Who wins? I think Weili wins. I do think Weili wins. Joseph says, I still don't understand Rose moving up when she beat Zhang twice. It depends how much a weight cut would take out of you, especially for the girls. It's a lot. It's hard. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I don't know how much the weight cut would affect you. And the second win was a split decision, you know, like I've always been a big fan of Rose, actually, Rose Namajunas. Then she lost to Carla Esparza. So yeah, interesting. Fucking tough, man. Like the weight cut, very hard, man. Very hard. Zhang Weili. I got her winning, to be honest with you. I got her winning. Yeah, that whole thing, I don't know exactly what happened with Ian and Neil, but the way, like, you know, like, how could I say it to you? For the most part, I think McGregor knew like this was, I'm promoting the fight, then afterwards he could turn it on and off, you know what I mean? Not that I'm saying it's right, because I do think that some of the stuff was fucking bit weird that he said as well. But this guy seems to genuinely, there's a few, I'm not going to get into start naming people, but there's genuinely a few people that I'm like, I don't think you get what was said. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, keep going. Joseph says, still mad about UFC not paying Wonder Boy after the cut. Bodybuilding News says, Gary's kind of low IQ, good fighter, not the brightest. Yeah, I haven't heard him speak or anything. I was just watching that going like, that's fucking weird, dude. You're beating the tar out of this guy. And you're acting like it's even close. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking weird. Like you're beating the tar out of a guy you're meant to beat. That's all I'm saying to you. That's all. Like, that's it. That's like, I'd love to see him fight Shavkat. That's all. That's my take on that. That's what I will go on record saying. Zhang Weili. I'm a fan, Zhang. Be back in a second, guys. Just going to get more water. Chinese girls fighting. Almost. All right, people, we're about to start. Now, I think Zhang's going to get this one done. My opinion. Kevin McDonald looking masculine as ever. Bruce Buffer announcing in the middle of the octagon. Going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned fist fight. Rapachi says, who wins, Fab? That's from before. But I think Zhang gets it done, dude. Yeah, I think she gets it done. She's a bit of a fucking monster, you know what I mean? Like, I generally, you know, there's a thing I generally don't like watching women fight. Like, I just find it difficult to see people getting hit in the head. Yeah. Joseph, Bruce Buffer's suit looks like a Christmas ornament. It does. Zhang Wei Li. I wonder how. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to just. Bruce Buffer screaming at something to her in her face. Ni hao ma, Zhang Wei Li. That's what I imagined that he'd be screaming at her because I can't hear because of the volume. Okay, both girls in the center now. The referee's giving them the final instructions. They touch gloves. Zhang Wei Li. We're about to start. They say they're going to fist touch. And we're off, almost off. Okay, we're off. We're in the middle. They touch gloves. The ladies touch gloves. Both girls in the orthodox stance. Lemos light on her feet. Switches to southpaw. Wei Li in the orthodox stance goes looking for an oblique kick, like a side kick to the leg, rather. Oh, she drops her with a low kick. Lemos with an open guard. Inverts. Trying to hold on to Wei Li's wrist. But Wei Li is savvy towards not letting her use her other leg, keeping her other leg pinned to the ground. Here's Wei Li trying to keep the shoulders pinned to the ground. Oh, she goes looking for an omoplata and a triangle combination, but Wei Li passes. Lemos is doing a good job of getting her guard back. Wei Li passes to side control. They're both dry. They're both very dry. Weili has the far underhook and the shoulder pressure on the neck. She's in a very good control here, very good position. And she's past the guard. This is a big thing. Is Lemos going to be able to frame with that right hand on the hips? Is she going to be able to frame with that left elbow on the neck and get her right knee back inside the hip to start to frame and create an opportunity for her to be able to get her whole guard back? At the moment, no. And as they get closer to the cage there, it's going to be harder for her to scoot her hips out in the direction she needs to even good. She bumped her hips, but she still hasn't been able to retain her guard. Yeah. Zhang is doing a great job, and Lemos is looking to try, but she wasn't really trying to look to post. She needs to post to get her head up. She's going to eat some shots, but she needs to post, man, or she's just going to get ridden out this whole round, and she's going to eat ground and pound. She needs to really try and bump her hips and post up on her hands and elevate her head. As a Chinese person myself, this is an incredible moment for us. Left hands by Zhang Weili to the head of Lemos. Renwick says it's a night of deadly low kicks. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's a night of the low kicks. Will be remembered forever. Nice little ground and pound landing by Zhang. Now Zhang is in on a guillotine, but she's going to use that to control the wrist. See, Lemos, you have to post on your left hand. You're going to get fucking murdered. Huge shots by Zhang. Huge shots landing. Really big shots. And she gets the legs of Lemos and she takes her back down. Oh, Lemos has got some sort of choke on here, but she's not going to get it. She's not going to get it because I think that Zhang Weili can drive forward here. She can drive forward. But it's in pretty deep. It's in deep. She hasn't got an arm here, right? But it's in around the neck, and it's fucking like you can get choked from here, even though you don't have the arm. Zhang Weili is kneeing the back of Thingo's neck so bad. This is going to blow out her arms so bad. Zhang Weili has now taken her back and is going to teach her a serious lesson for trying to choke her. This fight's done, man. This fight's done. She's landing so much ground and pound. She's got both hooks in. Zhang Weili is landing so much brutal ground and pound to Lemos. Lemos is super tough, but now she's ended up in half guard. She's on the bottom. She escaped the back ride, but she ate so much shots that she's not going to recover from that. Yeah, she's not recovering. There's no way she's going to recover from this ground and pound and the exertion of this first round. There's 48 seconds in, and she ate so many shots, man. She ate so many shots. As Michael Chavello would say, it's taken more hits than the internet. Man, now she's not posting on her hand. To see her, she's on her right elbow. She's not posting on her hands, and she's never going to get up. Now she's posting on her hand, but her elbow's bent. She's just not going to get up, and now there's 25 seconds to go, and I think Zhang Weili is just going to unleash on her in the last 20 seconds or so and land them wherever they land because she's really hurt up. She's looking for a front choke from here. Then she goes, yeah, she's got all the control in the world. Lemos is getting a 2-1 and holding that hand, but I mean, now she's gone to try and choke her again. She's same choke, and she gets slammed on her back with 1 second to go time. That's the round. Lemos has taken a fucking beating. Lemos just took a fucking serious beating, man. That was fucking brutal. That was really, really brutal. Joseph says, I think that Weili just committed a hate crime. Renwick says Zhang's a fucking monster. Joseph says Zhang Fabricio Ide. Yeah, that's me, man. That's me. That's me from the famous Zhang family of Ides that had moved to China many, many generations ago. My God. So she caught her just with that. How bad did that right low kick end up for Lemos? Like Lemos threw a left high kick and Zhang caught her with a right low kick, and that was the beginning of the end. This was in deep. Like this choke, it works. Like you can do that choke. You don't need to have an arm in. But Zhang did it. And then she went for it again. And really creative the way she went for it. Obviously, she paid a big price for it. But yeah, now that her arms are gassed and she's taken the beating that she's taken, she's not going to finish her with that type of choke now. They touch gloves. They're in the center. I'll just start my timer. 4 minutes and 53 seconds to go. Lemos goes for a combination and a right high kick up the middle. That was probably, I don't know exactly what the refs are doing. Like, I mean, the judges will give, but that was probably, in my opinion, a 10-8 round. Like, I don't see how it could not be a 10-8 round. Save for the fact that she did throw up that submission. It was relatively close. But other than that, I think it was a 10-8 round. People say 10-9. That's fair enough. I'm not going to argue that. I do think, but it was pretty much a fucking beating, you know, like in my opinion. Lemos skirting the outside of the octagon. Oh, she hits Zhang with the right hand. Well done, Lemos. Oh, they exchange right hands. Zhang goes looking for a takedown, gets a nice leg sweep. I don't think we're going to see a third round in this fight. I do not think so. Good smash on the hips by Zhang. Good job by Zhang. Zhang's doing a really good job on the ground. She was smashing the hips, and now she's just controlling Lemos on the ground. Lemos goes looking for the far side underhook. Doing a great job. Zhang's awareness on the ground for not so much for jiu-jitsu's sake, but for grappling for combat is very, very, very good. Because when you're in this position, this is not really half guard for Lemos. This is more of a Turk ride for Zhang. And she is able to flatten her onto her back, you know? And she does a great job of doing this and controlling her. She's very, very good at like just riding that top position. Very clever. And see, even when you get the underhook and you've been flattened out like this on your back, it's very hard for you to do anything with it. Now she goes into a smash pass, does Zhang. She's great at just staying on top and controlling her. And this is extremely taxing on Lemos. Lemos is doing a good job of mitigating the amount of damage that she's taking, but she's not winning these exchanges, and she's expending a huge amount of energy, and she's not launching any attack back. And I don't think that's bad on her, rather than it is like just how good Zhang is and her positional awareness. Oh, Lemos did a good job there of pushing her off and elevating her, but Zhang's still going to take the back here, I think. I don't see Lemos getting up and out of this. She's got a 2-1, but Zhang looks to take the back. She's got one hook in. She's going to get this other hook in, and she has achieved that. She's on her back herself. So the one saving grace for Lemos is that she's not flat on her stomach like she was earlier in the fight, and that would definitely take its toll. Zhang's working on that leg of Lemos. Lemos is tough, man. Now Zhang's back on top again. Incredibly taxing. These grappling exchanges are incredibly taxing for Lemos, because she's always getting to each position late. And so she has to use a lot of strength, a lot of energy, a lot of isometric contraction to get out of each position and to improve her position. And she did a good job then of elevating Zhang, but Zhang just gave her a knee to the body and an elbow up top, and another one. She repeated the same combination, trips her again. Oh, what an awful time to be alive for Lemos. Yeah, and I didn't think, honestly, Lemos is tough as hell. I didn't think we'd see a second round. It looks like we will. There's 43 seconds to go, but this would be incredibly taxing on her. And she's taken some big shots. Zhang's lining that one up. She was lining up the shot, but she couldn't get it off. It reminds me of my mum lining me up with a shoe when I was a kid to get like a clean shot when I do something wrong. Now, Ian Gary would be totally against my mum doing that, but I was born in the 80s and raised in the 90s. So I was like born in 1980, and that was still cool to get hit by your mum in the shopping center. There was nothing untoward. That wouldn't have been seen as abuse. That would have just been seen as a Sunday afternoon out in 1980s in Liverpool, Australia. That was not seen as child abuse. So we are done for that second round. We're about to start off again. Man, she's very fit, Lemos. Very, very, very fit. This is something like you can't like ignore how fit she has to be able to do that. You know what I mean? She has to be very, very fit to be able to withstand that level of punishment and that level of just offensive grappling that Zhang keeps putting on her, you know? It's incredibly tiring. It's incredibly tiring because every mistake she makes, she eats elbows. You know, this is not an ideal position. Joseph says, extension cord for me, coach. Hashtag nostalgia. Yeah, man, fuck it up. I today, like my daughter was playing up, my little one, not my oldest daughter who's 3, and I just grabbed her by the arm and I sat her down on a chair, and I said, no, you gotta think about it. You got to stay there, and then you're gonna have to apologize to your granddad. We're off, and it just made me laugh because I would have got fucking smacked for that, you know. And I'm sure there's a lot of people going, you shouldn't have grabbed her. And well, cool, man. That's good for you. So Lemos versus Zhang. Of course, I didn't twist. I didn't chicken wing her arm. I just had to grab her because she's going all over the fucking house. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Zhang Weili. This is a really good performance by her. I did not think we'd see a third round, you know? Like, I did not think that. Just the exchanges, man, and the way she's wearing on her. But Lemos is super tough and super fit to survive that. You got to give her, like, bunch of credit. Oh, the girls exchange. Oh, stepping inside kick by Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili catches the kick. They clinching. She's got really good trips in here, man, does Zhang Weili. Lemos is looking for the takedown of her own. But Zhang Weili's hips, she's too good, man. Like, her hips are too good. She's too strong. Her situational awareness of where she has to be, like with her posture and that, is really, really, yeah. I think, Joseph, before Ian Gary calls me out, he'd have to call out my mum. She's ground zero for it. You know what I mean? So we're off on the ground again with Zhang Weili taking Lemos down. She's standing over her. She's wary of not eating an up kick. Again, this is smart from Zhang Weili. Like, she's very smart because she's not wasting her time even trying to get to the grapple exchange. She knows she's up 2 rounds to nothing. You know, this is the 3rd round. She gets down there. She passes the guard now. She passes it almost immediately. And she does it. This is a really fantastic job that she does because, see, she's inside control. And Lemos has the left underhook. But then Zhang Weili does a good job of controlling the hips, and then she spins around the other side, so that negates her having that far underhook anyways. Joseph says, Weili and Peter Yan have the best trips in the game. Yeah, off the top of my head, I have to say they've got some really nice trips, man. Some really, really, really neat ones, you know. Another one who's not current, but had really good sweeps was Caro Parisian. Fantastic leg sweeps. Like, those judo guys are fucking unreal with the way they sweep the legs and that. Really, really good. Underrated judo is, you know, like really, really good. And she takes the back once again of Lemos. Lemos is doing a good job of defending the back, but again, she's just getting ridden out. Lemos puts her back on the floor. Well done by Lemos. But Weili is 1 minute and 50 seconds to work from the half guard, and she continues to elbow her. This takes it out of you so bad. passes the guard, does again Zhang Weili. Lemos is flat on her back. Zhang Weili has the fire underhook, inside control. She's looking for the knee ride. She gets it. She's going to land some strikes and move to mount, I'd imagine. But she's up against the wall. Big mistake from Lemos, but she's fixed it now, was, I believe, the way that she was posturing. She was posturing when she was trying to get up. She was posting on her elbow rather than her hand. And at times she wasn't posting at all. And that becomes a big problem. When you're up against a cage like that, you've got to post and get up and get your head higher than your opponent's head. And that's the battle there. Big combinations by Zhang Weili. Front kick down the middle by Zhang Weili. Lemos is starting to really look the worse for wear. 36 seconds to go. Lemos is starting to look tired. Zhang Weili looks like she's just stepped out of a health spa. Zhang Weili goes looking for a left high kick. Lemos, I'll give all the credit in the world to a oh, shit! Big elbow by Zhang Weili. I think hit Lemos on the top of the head, thankfully, because that would have been the end of the fight. Yeah, she's super tough and super fit to be able to withstand the amount of punishment that she has. Zhang Weili is a monster, like just a monster. Wow. Fucking wow. $30. Yeah, man. A lot of punishment taken by Lemos. And I wonder sometimes with this, like a kind of like a mercy rule kind of thing. Like, I know you can still win, like you would still submit him or catch him or something. But I wonder at what point do we just go, you know what, you pulled too far ahead of someone? Not whether or not you can win. This is a different thing. It's whether or not you want to preserve people's fucking health or not, which, you know, I don't think that we do. Like, I don't think people do. But you just wonder at what point, like say Neil Magny and Ian Gary fight. Ian Gary wasn't going to win. You know, at what point do you just go, that's it? You've sustained, there's 100 significant strikes difference, it's over. You know what I mean? Or Chris Weidman versus Tavares or this fight. You know, if there's 100 significant strikes difference, it's over, you know, like a mercy rule kind of thing. Irrespective of whether you can still win, I don't even know if it's worth it, you know. I mean, I'm sure like Lemos can win, and you're right. She can crack, yeah. I just don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, you can win, but the amount of damage you're starting to take is a lot. Yeah, I don't think it should be left up to the fighters or even up to their corners. If it was just like a straight rule, like, you know, I don't know. I'm just talking shit. Just an old man on his podcast ranting to the world. That's all it is. Ignore me. 4 minutes to go. Zhang Weili's winning 3 rounds. This is the 4th round, and at some point, I do believe she's going to get the takedown. So, inside leg kick lands by Zhang Weili. And you have to wonder, like, whilst Lemos can crack, you have to wonder how much there's not much knockouts happen in women's fights, period. There's not much knockouts happen in fights late in the fight anyways, with one punch shots. And then you have to wonder how much you'd have left even when you sum up the amount of work and effort and damage and punishment that she's had to take already. So, yeah. Three minutes to go. Very fit, very tough. Yeah, there's just a point, I think, where the guy's not going to win it or the girl's not going to win it anymore. And this girl's not even as bad as, like, say, fucking Magny in that fight. He was never going to win that fight. Never. after, like, he could barely walk. And so at what point do you just go, fuck, you're done? You know what I mean? Like, as far as like the ref just stepping in and calling it and going, nah, sorry, there's 100 significant strikes difference or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, a slip by Zhang Weili, and Lemos tries to capitalize on it. I'm really impressed by Lemos. Just a fight and the dog in her, that's really impressive, like just to see her keep coming, keep fighting, after taking that much damage, that much punishment. Big exchanges here. Oh, Zhang hits her on the chin. Zhang goes in deep on a double leg. That was a really nice shot, man. Just like a really nice deep shot. I'm a big fan of Zhang Weili. I'm just looking at something. So she began training at the age of 6 in Shaolin Kung Fu. But her ability... okay. Her parents sent her to a specialized martial arts school in Handan, where she began training in Sanda and a Chinese style of wrestling called... my wife and that are going to laugh at me. Shui Jiao. After winning Sanda championships at the Hebei province multiple times, she was selected for the Jiangsu province Sanda team. However, recurring back injuries, sustaining training forced her to quit the sport early. Man, she fucking really good, man. She's really good. You can just see that martial arts background, that she has. It's so good, man. And her wrestling is just her grappling overall is just so good. I'm so impressed by her. 50 seconds to go. There's just a point in the fight where you're just not. I don't think Lemos would have nothing. This is not an attack on Lemos. I just don't think she'd have the shot in her to put Weili out. Oh, she does land a right hand though, but I don't think she has the shot in her to put Weili out anyways, like at this point in the fight, 20 seconds to go. But I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with how fit she is and how strong she is and how tough she is, man. I'm so impressed by that, but I'm so impressed with how good Zhang is. Fuck, man. No joke. No joke. My favorite female fighter of all time, I've got two, is Rose Namajunas and Weili Zhang. They're my two favorites. Fucking wow. Wow. Vrenwick says the last one I remember was Max versus Ortega. When Bodybuilding News says, shouldn't the coaches throw in the towel? Yeah, it's just a fucking weird one, eh? It's just a weird one. Yeah, I think there should be. Let me see. Something says total strikes 182 by Zhang, and Lemos has landed 21 according to these stats. Right? To me, that's fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, and you still got a whole 5 minutes to fight. Like, there should be, in my opinion, like once you get to a point of, like I said, a difference of 100 significant strikes, it should just be called. Like, and I know, wouldn't it? People want to see people want to see people get fucking their heads knocked off. And you can say, yeah, but I know the fighters aren't going to want that. I'm just saying, from a longevity health perspective, yeah, there might be 1 in 100 where you land a shot and you win, or you get a submission and you win, like 1 in 100. But the amount of CTE and all that shit, it's just like not worth it over, if you do 1,000 people like that, like if you look at it, like the amount of damage that those people would take for no fucking reason. Like these next 5 minutes, maybe Lemos catches her and wins, maybe. But more than likely, like the chances of her actually doing that are fucking tiny. The fighters are going to be, she gets dropped with a huge right hand, does Lemos. And she'll get inverting, but she's eating a lot of damage. And Weili's just beating on her, just fucking absolutely beating on her, just like sickeningly beating on her, like bad shots to the head. Lemos looks for a leg lock, but she'd have to rip it off. Zhang Weili's not going to tap from that, you know, not at this stage in the game. And she's just eating so many shots. This is my point. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, fucking exactly what you're watching now, Renwick, with the CTE. No, I'm just saying, like, the amount of shots that you're taking after, like, you're not going to win. You know what I mean? There's no point. Even if you win, like, the fighters are going to say, no, let me keep fighting. And of course you're going to say that. Of course they are. But from a health perspective, there's nothing like Lemos's toughness is just giving her CTE, really. You know what I mean? And she's just so tough and so fit, you know, that she's just able to withstand eating these shots. And I think it's worse for the women in the lighter weights because they don't hit quite hard enough to get the person out of there sometimes. And so it's just a repetitive fucking thudding on the head, like, and they have like smaller skulls, but it's not like the way that this girl got hit today in this fight. If it was men's, it would have probably been finished, you know. She's just eating shot after shot after shot after shot after shot, you know. It's crazy the amount of damage she's taking, and there's no chance of her winning. Like, it's just weird. Yeah, Renwick, you're right. She just got her brain knocked around for 25 minutes, like literally. Like, this girl would suffer severe CTE. People talk about people that got knocked out. People go, oh, so-and-so got knocked out by Ngannou. But Ngannou will hit you once, probably come close to killing you, but it's just one shot and it puts you out. Like, this girl just ate shit for 25 minutes. Like, just ate shit. Tone Balone says there's this weird pride about going out on your shield. But this is my point. I can understand it from a fighter's perspective, right? Like, fighters is like, people think that the fighters should be in charge of making a lot of the decisions, but the fighters themselves, they're not doctors, dude. They're not guys that are gonna, like, their thing is to fight, and so it should be, and they're never gonna give up, and that's why they fight. That's why they fight. But there's a legitimate danger here. Do you know what I mean? Like, this girl's brain, this girl will never be the same. You know what I mean? Like, she's not, the damage that she sustained in this fight was crazy and unnecessary. Like, unnecessary. Like, it wasn't, after about the third round, she was never going to win this fight. And that's what I find, yeah. Joseph says, look, being in a car accident for 25 minutes straight, yeah, bad. Kane says, if paid $20 million to fight either John Jones or Ngannou, who do you pick? Oh, what do I have to do? Just go in the octagon with them, or do I have to last a certain amount of time? It wouldn't fucking matter. They'd just fucking massacre you. Bodybuilding News says, like when boxing was 15 rounds. Rapachi says, yeah, that's what I was saying about pride. Yeah, like, I don't know. There was just, you can't ask her to quit, though, if you get what I mean. You can't ask her to quit. She's never going to quit, dude. She's a dog. Good for her. You know, I'm not criticizing the fighters. I'm not even criticizing the corners. I'm just saying there should just be when you get to a certain point, whether it's 100 fight significant strikes difference or whatever it is, because this fight would be close to 200, 300 difference in significant strikes. You just call it. That's it. 100. That's it. You're done. Like, you're done. It doesn't matter. Or maybe I would have won or whatever. Yeah, it's fuck, man. This was like a massive beating, dude. Worse than if you just got stopped. Worse than if you got knocked out. She's just so tough, and she's got so much dog in her, you know. But that's what gets you hurt, man. Like, she will be in a bad, bad way after that beating. You know, when people talk about robberies, if they gave the fight to Lemos now, that would be a robbery. You know, that would be a robbery. Not when it's close. Renwick says complete domination. I feel kind of bad for Lemos. I feel super bad for her, man. I feel super bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, there should be something like that where you just go, nah, that's a wrap. The fighters will be against that. Of course they will be. But I just don't think that it's necessary. I don't think it was necessary to see this. I don't think it was necessary to see more of the fucking Ian Gary Neil Magny fight. Like, I'm not having a go at Ian Gary. I'm just saying he was so far ahead, that it was just stupid, man. It was just became, let's do more damage to someone that has no, like, it'd be like me wrestling Mijan Lopez. How much do you want to see him beat me by? Like, Joseph says if Lemos got the decision 100%, Ian Gary would call her out. Yeah, man. 288 total strikes to 21. Ground control time, 1452 to nothing. 6 takedowns landed to nothing. 1 knockdown to nothing. But 288 total strikes is more than 10 times the amount of total strikes. That's the difference. Fucking unnecessary. Like, not even close to necessary. You know what I mean? Like, stupid. That was stupid. That was one of the most one-sided beatdowns I've ever fucking seen. Like, you can't hit someone close to 300 fucking times and they hit you 20 times. And for the most part, some of those were on like the legs or something. You know what I mean? Like, she looks like she just cruising about. The other girl looks like she got run over by a pack of horses several times. Joseph says, I look forward to the Whaley versus Suarez fight. I'll be back, guys. I left my water downstairs. That was one of the worst beatdowns I've ever seen in my life. One of the judges gave Lemos a round 49-45. Yeah, see that guy? I can't remember off the top of my head, so I don't want to like that guy. If he really did give him a round, and maybe give him the benefit of the doubt, I can't remember any round that you could justifiably say that she won. But if someone gave her a round in that fight, they should be fucking tarred and feathered and fucking put in the town square, because there's no way she won in the round. There's no way. I couldn't hear it, so I don't know. Kane says you should go back and watch Shevchenko first fight in flyweight against that Brazilian girl, and the ref wouldn't stop it. It was a slaughter, but I don't feel bad about it anymore since that Brazilian chick started deliberately eye gouging. But perhaps if she's deliberately eye gouging, you could just disqualify her and save everyone a fucking sound beating. I don't think people understand. Your body's not made to take those kinds of beatings, like they're just... It's ridiculous. What was the thing somebody was saying? I heard somebody say about Sean O'Malley and the open relationship and he had a kid or something, blah, blah, blah. What was that? I don't care that he has an open relationship. That's his business. But somebody said something and then there's something with the kid. If somebody could shed some light on that, because I don't know what they're talking about with it. Strickland versus Adesanya. I don't think that Strickland is as bad as people think. Joseph says, I tried to ask my wife for an open relationship and I got a shoe thrown at me. That was still better. That's a good reaction rather than if she was like, fuck yes, I've been waiting for you to say it. Bodybuilding.news says, no drama with the kid. They just bang people on Tinder, he and his wife. Hey, if that's what you're into, man, go for it. I just thought there was something with his kid or something. I didn't understand what had happened because I don't follow the, what do you call it? Yeah, just the gossip and the drama. I don't. But then when somebody said that, I was like, oh, fuck. But yeah, we'll go right ahead, man. You do what you want to do. Strickland versus Adesanya. That's going to be an interesting one. I've already started doing the breakdown on that one. It's going to be interesting to see if he can exploit certain things and win some rounds against Adesanya. That's I think what will make it interesting. Like if he can push some rounds, even to the point of it being up in the air. Like if you don't, like I'm talking about Strickland versus Adesanya, if he can push a round or two where he's, even if he doesn't land the shots, this is how what I see for Strickland. Even if he doesn't land a lot of the shots against Adesanya, if he can stay busy, throw the volume, go for a takedown, throw the volume, go for a takedown. If he can fight like that, and even if he fights like that with the knowledge of going, I'm going to fight like that for 3 rounds, and he paces that out, along the whichever rounds he wants to try and take, he wins a couple of those rounds and doesn't get knocked the fuck out, you don't know. That's what could be interesting about this fight. Joseph says, Izzy versus Strickland, I think the lead up will be more interesting than the fight. No disrespect to Strickland. I definitely think it's going to be fucking interesting, unless the UFC mutes Strickland, But it's just going to be an interesting thing because Israel, love him or hate him, is says some fucking shit, He does say some stuff. Kane says they should do the Whaley fight against Suarez next. Can't think of a more exciting fight in the division. Suarez undefeated and is the female Khabib. I don't know. Renwick says Strickland just seems like the perfect opponent for Izzy to tee off on. Strickland's not that bad, dude. He's not that bad of a fighter. Like Izzy, I think Izzy will beat him. I think Izzy will think, but Strickland's not like he got knocked out from Pereira, but it's Pereira, and he's not that bad. Like, he's not like he's just going to stand there and just get knocked the fuck out. He's I don't think he has answers for Israel. I really don't. But like I said, I do think that he can win rounds, and this is where it can get interesting because he's very fit. He keeps a steady volume of punches, of straight jabs, of different things for Israel, and he can threaten with the takedown if he I think he will if he gets the opportunity to do so. A lot of people say, "Oh, with Pereira, blah blah blah." Man, he didn't. The fight didn't evolve or develop for you to be able to see what he would have done. You don't know that. He says, "Oh, I'm going to kickbox." He's not a stupid fighter, dude. Like, you look at his resume, he's not dumb. He doesn't lose fights and this and that and that. He's not dumb. He knows how to fight people. I think Israel's too tall of an order for him. I do think that. But he can grapple, dude. He can grapple. I don't know that. I don't think he poses a real threat to Israel in as far as, like, he's going to land a big shot on Israel. He could, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think he's going to beat Israel. I just don't think he's as bad as people think he is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think so at all. I think he's a very, very, very good fighter. Probably I would say underrated as well. Like, I think he's quite underrated. Rapachi says Izzy picks him apart. He should pick him apart 100%. Like, this is not. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying to you that Israel won't pick him apart. I pick Israel, and I pick him by a fair stretch. But like I said, I don't think that Sean is that bad. I don't think that I don't think that there's no way for him to make a fight out of it. I think it's incredibly difficult for him to win. I think it can go similar to the Cannonier fight. If you watch that fight, if you watch Sean versus Cannonier, I think that Sean should have won that fight, and I think that, but it was close, so it's whatever. And I think that the Israel fight can look like the Sean fight. Israel's not dumb either. Israel's not dumb. He knows how to fight. Israel knows how to fight, and he knows how to win. So he knows how to win rounds. He's very, very clever. It's kind of like the way GSP used to fight, but in a different way. So Israel usually picks you apart, and he's not going to engage in things that could make him lose the fight or lose a round or get injured or whatever. He's not going to do that. He's smart with how he fights. So it'll be interesting. I'm actually very interested in the fight. And Sean knows that this is like a big opportunity for him, and he knows he's not going to have too many more other opportunities. Imagine if fucking Sean wins the belt. Oh, fucking hell. Imagine that. That'll be just a funny fucking day, wouldn't it? No, I think Israel's too classy. It's too good, too long, just good. Joseph says, looking back at GSP's career, I can't believe there were talks about that he's a boring fighter because he doesn't finish fights. Well, I think that people don't appreciate what it takes, even like when you saw like Ben Askren before, like because by the time he got to UFC, his body was already fucked, But if you look at that, you don't understand, man, how hard it is, or like John Fitch used to fight similar to that. You don't understand how hard it is. Even Khabib used to eat shit because of that. People used to criticize Khabib for not finishing fights early in his career, if people don't remember. Because there was a couple that he didn't finish, a couple of fights he didn't finish, but he was all over the guys. You don't understand how hard it is to take someone down and hold them down and control people. It's so hard. It's not the same. When you grapple someone, if any of you that grapple, if you do jiu-jitsu, two people are doing jiu-jitsu, and I'm better than you at jiu-jitsu, and I'm rolling with you, and we speaking a language that we both understand, right? But I'm better than you at it. I'm going to win the debate. And you understand that I'm winning the debate and that you want me to think. So I'm passing your guard and this and that. But if I'm arguing with somebody that doesn't want to win the debate and just says whatever they want, whenever they want, I can't win the argument. I can't show you the argument. So when you're grappling with someone and you're holding this person down and they know how to grapple and they don't want to grapple, they want to stand up, you being able to impose your actual grappling on them is super fucking hard because they're not trying to grapple you. They're trying to get up. They're not following the rules of engagement of, a normal conversation. Like if you ever have an argument with someone that's a complete fucking moron, like it's you can't, you know what I mean? You can't win. So it's hard, man, to do what Khabib did, to do what GSP did, where you're trying to hold someone down that doesn't want to get held down and they're not following the rules of grappling for you to be able to grapple them. That's impressive. So Sugar Sean's about to get onto the mat, or into the octagon rather. I think it's going to be very telling whether or not Aljamain can get him down reasonably early. Sean has got good, he did a shot against Peter Yan, wasn't able to finish it. Peter Yan went to high parterre, defended it, and then got out. But the shot itself, the double leg that he shot, was really good. Really, really, really good. Rapachi says, wow, awesome analogy. Thank you, sir. Preach. Joseph says, preach. If you're waiting for the bus and somebody holds you down and you miss your bus, can you consider yourself a winner in that? Hey, that's my quote. That should be like Fabricio Ide circa 2016 or whenever I said that. It's 100% true. Imagine I was fucking waiting for the bus. The dude walks up to me, says, you're not going to catch this bus, mate. I'm just going to hold you down. And he held me down and then I missed my bus. Can I get up and go, no, but I would have fucking won that? No, he imposed himself on me. I missed the bus. That's it. You would never think you won that fight, ever. If the guy just held you down. And then not only this, just to let it sink in, he does that to you every fucking day. He does it to you every single day. And you swing for the fences and he takes you down and holds you down. Man, you would be pissed at that guy, and you'd fucking start going to a new bus. You'd start going to catch a new bus at a different bus stop every day to avoid that guy. You wouldn't be like, nah, I won it. Joseph says, Zhang Fabricio Ide 2018. That's me, man. That's me. That's what I'm going to start calling myself now. Zhang Fabricio Ide. Zhang Fab. That's who I am. Zhang Fab. My famous Zhang family. Yeah, it's interesting, man. Like, just interesting the way people see stuff, It's like, it's very, like, same as, like, the same thing then you can use, the same argument you can use, like when people go, why don't you just take Israel down, or why don't you just take Alex down? And people don't understand. It's hard because you don't have infinite amount of energy. And you know that if you take him down and you can't hold him down and he gets up, and you got to fight for 25 minutes and you get tired in there with one of those guys that's long and really long, and they don't have to put that much effort into their shots. They just touch you. They're just so comfortable. They hurt you like that. And you can't just shoot in perpetuity, and you can't just take them down like they're, like, it's not like they're stupid. It's not like they don't know. You think Israel doesn't know you're going to try and take him down? He knows. And you have to do something with it. This is the problem as well. Like, you have to actually do something with it. And when you take him down and you give the space where you try to ground and pound him, you try and pass his guard, or you try and do any of that stuff, he gets up. And the amount of energy you exerted to take him down, it's fucking hard. And you're back in that conversation, what we said before about, like, having a conversation with someone that's not following the rules of the conversation, but it goes the other way because he's now imposing his game on you. It's not that easy to take someone down and to hold them down, and to do that for 25 minutes and not get tired, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've seen guys that are in the UFC that are good grapplers, right? I'm not going to name them. And I've had them work out with other guys that I've worked with, that I'm working with. They might play rugby league or play rugby union, and they're big guys, bigger than the guy that I'm talking about, bigger than the guys that I'm talking about. and you say to this young kid that plays rugby or something, it's just super fucking strong, and just a great athlete, and you say you have to get up, just fucking get up, no matter what, you just get up. You might choke him or not or whatever. And these guys I'm talking about a pretty good level. You start starting a double leg, right? You take the guy down, and and I say to him, the moment you hit the mat, you get up. You just spaz out and get up. And dude, I'm telling you, some of these grapplers are good grapplers, like fucking good. They fight in UFC or they fight at ONE FC, and they can't hold these guys down. Not all the time. They'll get a choke here and there, blah, blah, blah. But I'll say to you, a lot of the times, they can't hold these guys down, because these guys are good athletes, and they're not following the rules of engagement. They're just getting up. They're not trying to grapple you. They're not even thinking about doing things. They're around the same size too, maybe a little bit bigger, the rugby players. But they're just good athletes, man. They're good athletes, and they just want to get up, and they'll get up. Not always, sometimes. Of course, in an actual fight, they'll get their fucking head punched in by guys that are in the UFC or in ONE FC or whatever. But it's just a really interesting thing, man, that will shock you. It's very hard to hold someone down. That's why we were talking earlier, and people talk about, like, if you get in a street fight, if you're just some guy that does jiu-jitsu twice a week and you think, yeah, you'll beat somebody that can't fight, you'll beat some fucking idiot that thing. But if you fight some guy that plays rugby and is used to physical contact, and in a season, if he plays in the forwards in a season, he's probably been in a couple of fights in that season. Just anyone that plays rugby knows what I'm talking about. He will bash the fuck out of you, dude. He will beat the shit out of you. If you're not used to it, you're the same as someone that doesn't know how to fight. Like, you just have a little bit more understanding of what to do if against someone that has no idea, but not against someone that's physically strong and used to the aggression and used to fighting. There's big stare down now. Bruce Buffer looking like my favorite Christmas ornament. I actually like Bruce Buffer. The boys are staring each other down. It was very, very intense. It's going to be on, mate. This is a good fight. Good fight. Aljamain Sterling with a pec flex. Oh, Sean doesn't want to touch gloves. Aljamain Sterling is not happy with that. I think they went to touch gloves. See, there's a thing as well. Like, it's not even so much bad blood. It's just that you both want the same thing. You know what I mean? And so right now, you're not going to be cool with each other. Man, both these boys are fucking like amped. Like, I don't see people necessarily this amped a lot of the time. You know what I mean? Like, but these two are really, really, really amped at the moment. Like, you can just see it in them, I mean, there's a lot on the line for both of them, Zhang fucking Aljamain has I mean, if he wins this, basically becomes best bantamweight ever. And, they're probably, even if he loses, but there's still a big money super fight with Volkanovski. And if O'Malley wins, then he gets propelled to champion status. And, this begins the reign of Sean O'Malley. So this is big, a lot on the line. A lot on the line. Sean O'Malley looking very, very, very smooth when he moves, man. He does look very smooth. You got to give him that. Look for if Aljamain attempts to take him down and can't take him down early, it's going to get difficult for him later in the fight, because as the fight progresses, like I said before in the breakdown, O'Malley gets more accurate and better volume as the fight progresses. Let's see it. Joseph says, don't let Ian Gary know that Matt Serra fought at welterweight. Oh, my God. Just like to take the opportunity to say to Ian Gary, I'm not trying to offend you, sir. They touched gloves. I'm not trying to offend you, sir. I just thought you were going to beat Neil Magny. I didn't think that was. I just thought you were going to beat him. That's it. I'm not like surprised that you beat him. We're about to start, people. We're off. They're in the center of the octagon. Both in orthodox stance. O'Malley's doing a good job switching stances. Sterling's trying to push him towards the cage. This is what he's doing. O'Malley's sidestepping backwards and forwards. O'Malley wants to be here at the same time that Sterling wants him there. That's what I find so compelling about this fight. Is O'Malley wants the periphery and Sterling wants him to have it. So it's very, very interesting. Yes, nice low kick by Aljamain Sterling. Front kick up the middle by Aljamain. Got to be careful. There's that counter coming from Sean with a left hand. Once he switches to southpaw again, I do believe he's going to throw that down the middle. Good front kick. That's the weapon that he needs. A front kick up the middle when they go southpaw to orthodox from O'Malley. Here comes that left hand. It's going to come. He's going to switch and he's going to throw that left hand. Good work by Sean O'Malley throwing that front kick up the middle whenever Aljamain Sterling is in southpaw to his orthodox. Now Aljamain Sterling is scouting the outside of the octagon on the perimeter. This is not what Aljamain wants, by the way. He does not want to be like this. This is what Sean wants. Fuck that! The way that Sterling dips his head off to the side is bad, real bad. Interesting. This is a very these fights like this, man. They're so nerve-wracking. Oh, nice little jab by Sean O'Malley. Lands. The distance that he keeps and how he manages that distance with his range is very good. Very nice. Sterling goes once again looking for that low kick. Doesn't get it. This is where Sean wants to be for this fight, I believe, with his back to the center of the octagon. It's opposite to what Sterling likes. He wants to push you up against the cage with a single leg and then switch to a double leg using his long arms to link his hands. Oh, man. Front kick up the middle by Sterling. 2:33 to go in this first round. Right high kick is going to come from O'Malley, I believe. No. Sterling did a good job to get away from there. Front kick up the middle. This is very good. That's very good work by O'Malley. Every time he goes orthodox and Sterling goes southpaw, he throws a front kick up the middle. But Sterling's doing a good job of landing the low kicks on O'Malley. Ooh, shin clash there by both boys. Sterling keeps dipping his head, and O'Malley's going to set up a high kick, I believe. And O'Malley can throw him without much tell. But he has landed some calf kicks, has Sterling. I wonder how much of them O'Malley's going to take. Because it is night of the calf kick today. Man. Sterling moving along the periphery of the octagon. O'Malley chasing him a little bit. Man, this is very good, very technical fight. Very technical fight. O'Malley's going to look for that right high kick when he chases him around the octagon. He's going to look for the high kick. Like this, exactly when he's southpaw to orthodox, O'Malley's going to shoot. He's going to kick him in the head, man, like this. He's going to set it up with the right hand and then throw the right kick after it. He's landing the kicks to the legs, not flush, but he's landing them enough. And people don't realize there's nothing on your calves. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to land them super hard for them to start hurting throughout the fight. 40 seconds to go. Oh, man, I don't know who won this round. See, this is the problem. This is the thing. Like there's no, like you can't say significant strikes, you know what I mean? At this point, 24 seconds to go. Oh, he reaches in, catches a single leg, does Aljamain Sterling. This is the thing that Aljamain does so fucking well as well because he's so experienced. He does these little things where he steals the round. You know, there's nothing much has happened, but now he's landing these strikes. There's 6 seconds to go. And in the judge's eyes, the only one that actually did anything in this round, although it wasn't much, was Sterling. Do you get what I mean? So when you're looking at that, he won that round. Do you know what I mean? Nothing else happened in that round. They chased each other back and forwards around the octagon. And then Sterling did that at the end. And that gets him the round. Do you get what I mean? And you can complain about it. You can hate it. But that's the game. You're fighting. It's a sport. And if you understand the rules and you understand how the judges are watching you, not just the criteria is one thing, but you understand how it sits in the judge's eyes, then you understand that Sterling won that round. You know, he was the only one, he was the one that pushed that. My point that I was going to say as well is, let's say he hadn't have done that. Who do you give that round to? You can't give that round to anyone, you know, and it's interesting, you know, it's an interesting thing. Going back to Strickland and Adesanya fight, if Strickland can get a few rounds in like that where no one really wins, that's a win for him. You know, you don't know how the judges are going to score that. Man, Sean looked good, man. He looked good. He looked like he held his range very, very well and create some problems for Sterling already. You know what I mean? Problems for Sterling to close that distance. I think it's that front kick up the middle. It looks like a problem for Sterling. And we're back. We're in the middle. Boom. Left hand by left kick by Sterling. O'Malley falls. He threw a kick and he fell, and Sterling's in deep on a single leg. O'Malley's doing a fantastic job of defending this with the whizzer. Is Sterling going to be able to get his arms behind O'Malley? No. O'Malley's doing a good job of defending. Sterling hits him with a little left hand on the break. Oh, good defense by O'Malley. Very, very impressive, his defense. He fell on the ground. He was able to get up. Oh, fucking dropped him. He fucking dropped him with a big right hand. Sterling's in a lot of trouble. Sterling's in a shit ton of trouble. O'Malley's hitting him with everything. Sterling is in so much trouble. Oh, my God. Sterling's the defender, but he's eating shots. He's out. He's out. Sterling's out. Oh, my God. O'Malley wins it. Jesus. Wow. O'Malley with a huge right hand drops him. What a fight, man. It was this is what I was saying as well, man. I picked Sterling just on the numbers, but I was saying, man, if he can't get him down early, look for it because that's going to be a problem. And I said that earlier, you know, if you can't get him down early, it's not going to happen later in the fight. Wow. No, that was very impressive. Yeah, man, that was Jeffrey Smith says, "Holy Fab got my heart beating." Yeah, man. That was fucking brutal, man. Great win by Sean O'Malley. Rapachi says, "Loved your call today, bro." Thank you, sir. I love that you guys were on there. I appreciate you guys being on the podcast, man. Please like and subscribe. We'll probably have a chat soon about who's next and what's next. I'm going to put up a live chat very soon, and I'm going to put the breakdowns of Israel versus Strickland as well. Look at this right hand. Comes here, throws a left, does Sterling. Boom! Eats a right hand. Flush. Hurt him bad, man, with that shot. Huge right hand. Rapachi says, long time between drinks. See ya, Joseph. Thank you, mate. Yeah, please like and subscribe and share with your friends, guys, if you haven't already. Wow, what a right hand. Jesus, what a right hand. Really hurt him, man. Like, really got him flush. They're the things, you know, like it's hard to make a prediction, you know, it's hard to, like we were saying in the breakdown that we did earlier before the fight, like the way Aljamain reaches. There's these little things that he does, and I did say if you can't take him down early, it's going to be problems, you know. And O'Malley did a fantastic job of just staying outside of the range and whatnot. So that was fucking brutal, man. It was absolutely brutal. What a shot. What a shot. Wow. Wow. Fuck. I didn't mind Aljamain Sterling either. What a shot, man. What a good punch. That was such a nice punch. Hit him with a really good shot. Wow. Should be good. Let's see Volkanovski versus O'Malley. Let's see that. I think Volkanovski will bash him, but that'd be an interesting fight as well. You know what I mean? Thank you. Pure Blood Heretic says, great documentary. Thanks, subbed. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, please like and subscribe, guys, if you haven't already. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for joining me on the podcast. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to put up some more content throughout the next coming weeks. Do some more fight commentary, and we'll see where we go from there. But I'll definitely be back on very soon. Thank you very much, guys. Big hugs. Thank you.